Okay, we welcome all the viewers from all over the world who is viewing the semifinal. The first semifinal will be played against Police and the CV Farm team. This is the Dave Joseph 35 limited over competition, and it's been sponsored by ACB, Caribbean Bank, and a very historical event for the CV Farm team, who's been out of cricket for some 35 years, and the first year back into the Parish League arena. They're into the first semi-finals, and they're coming up against Police, and they're in the field. They are in the burnt orange. We see Malik, Jared at the non-striker end, and Jones. We'll take the first strike, just taking his mark from umpire Paget. Umpire Simon is at the square leg. Overcast condition. We'll see how Egbert will be opening the ball. And we'll see with all his experience how he uses the condition. The wind is blowing across the field from east to west. And so well, the field are just moving into position. It's a third man, a slip, cover, extra cover, mid on, cover point, back of the shot, a fine leg, and mid wicket. From the 5 steps, and the first ball being delivered and defended nicely by Jones, and there is no run. So, Egbert Phillip has played some cricket in his time, a bit on the senior side. I wouldn't say the old side, but on the senior side, experience. And another ball being bowled, and another dot ball being handed down. A ball that is turned off his pad and being chased by the shot, fine leg, and the keeper. And also third man was coming around, and they ran a leg by, signal by umpire Paget. Or they ran 2. So from 3 delivery, we have 2 by. A wide ball being directed down the leg side, signal now by umpire Paget. And the score now moves up to 3. Three. 2 leg by and wide. 4. Four. A ball that was pulled into a straightish mid wicket, didn't have good control of the ball, just eluded Jarvis, who is in the straightest mid-wicket position, and they're on a single, so the score moves on by 1-5. Police is taking first strike, in the middle. The ball was well bowled and defended equally by Jones in the cover. And end of the over, so Police is 5 without loss. Cool day at the Police Recreation Ground. It's a sight to behold. You're actually above the players and really looking down on the outfield and also viewing the traffic moving from east to west without any hindrance. Five without loss. Police batting. And from the southern end, or the Heroes Park end, Emerald Lee will be taking up the attack. He was out for a few weeks because of a sprained ankle. So obviously he's fully recovered and he's in for the semi-finals. And so for Malik is also a third man, short, fine leg, mid-off, mid-on. Ball that is peel off the edge down to third man. And there's a single. Short ball outside the off stump, and Malik Malik swatched at it and take a tap edge, and the ball went down to third man and a single. So Jones now is taking his guard to face Lee. I still played into the cover point region. Fielded, but overthrown the ball, but it was backed up by square leg, and an easy single being had by Jones. So the score now is 7. Police batting. Short ball by Lee again, and pulled over the mid-on head and been chased down by the fielder, and they get 2 run. So 9 without loss. Last week, Saturday, we see Malik got 89 runs against the Newfield team. This one is being pulled again. This time it will go into the fence. A short ball being bowled by Ali, and Malik just really give it what it deserved. And 4 runs. 4 good looking runs. It was really in control. And if they're going to bowl this length to Malik, who is a no-nonsense batsman, not very coordinated, but it's been very effective. And the score moves up to 11. To 13, sorry. Pulls once more. And it goes a little backward of the first one, but it results in the same result, 4 runs to Malik. And the score rapidly goes up to 17. So Lee, no doubt, has been short of practice and has been shown in these few deliveries he has bowled. New ball, and is not really giving the ball enough time to swing. Overcast condition, and is into Malik again. He pulls a little fuller, but Malik pulls it, but the ball come off the bottom part of the bat, went into his pad, and just landed harmlessly, and that's the end of the over. So Malik is confident, and the score moves on now to 17 from 2 overs. Police batting. And it's just an advice being given by Captain Maryland to the captain of Seaview Farm and the umpire to advise the players when they're running towards the cover and it has a spike on and the spike is on, that they have to run on the covers. So there's a little confusion here. Umpire Paget should be behind the stump, but I believe because of the disturbance of the captain, Maryland. Ball again outside the off stump. And Jones just reached and hung his bat at it. Now he's putting his foot where he should be. But luckily for him, the ball didn't take an edge and it went through to Mossington behind the stump. Again, not tight enough, but this time he connects and the ball went to Tris Phillip, captain, in the short cover region. So same feel for both batters. You get a short cover, wide delivery, and Jones just shows his bat at it and peels off the toe portion of the bat and goes down to third man. And they get a single. And 18, sorry. 18 but out loss, and dead ball now being signaled by umpire Paget. So just to complete the field shot, cover in Tris Phillip, a mid-off, mid-on, short, straightish mid-wicket, short, fine leg, slip, third man, cover point, cover, and a ball again that was outside the arse of a Malik. Just does what he does best. Just try to connect, and he misses, looking very ugly in doing so. Ball outside the off stump, and he was trying to swatch it to the mid-wicket region instead of getting his foot to the pitch and hitting it through covers. As he faces again, a ball that is short of a good length, and now he's trying to work in it, but he was trying to tug it instead of working the ball, and the ball goes to short, straight this mid-wicket, and there is no run. So good over ball by Phillip, Egbert Phillip. So the score is still 18. Very good over after Lee's first over was very expensive. So Phillip really brings it back in some more comfortable way for the Seaview Farm team, who has been out of cricket for some 35 years and now first time being back, and they're playing the semi-final, first of the two semi-finals. This one is work off his pad by Jones, and they ran a single. Keeper was a bit late in getting up to the stump. So Jones get a single, goes by 1 to 19. Police batting, taking first strike. Lee into Malik, swings this one, mistimes it somewhat. Just clearing his front foot and hoping for the best with that, and it didn't connect too good to his liking, but it bunks nicely, and Lee just reaches out his right hand and field to his own bowling, and there is no run. So Malik is that type of player. The ball will be in his arc, and he's gonna go. He doesn't defend this one awkwardly. He just whipped it over mid-wicket again for 4. He doesn't flick it. It's an awkward type of descriptive shot to explain, but he's positive in his approach nevertheless, and so he gets 4. Now the slip is being taken out, so mid-wicket is deep on the fence now. There's some 10 feet there from the boundary line. This one is being hit in the air, and he take the cat? He does. There's a really awful batting here by Malik. Just adjust the field, and instead of working the ball, because of he doesn't work ball, he just hits the ball from a very awkward position and didn't get the elevation that he'd like, and he will hold out to the man that just went into that position. And so Mali goes. Police lost their first wicket for 23. 23, and we're in the 5th over. They're playing against CV Farmer. There was very good adjustment, field placement by Chis Phillip. And Malik lived by the sword and died by the sword. He had his ways last week, against Newfield. And he held out today in the deep mid-wicket fence. Very good adjustment by Chis Phillip. And so CV Farm has gotten their first wicket. Malik gone for 16. So obviously they didn't cross, and goes again for poor batting. But I think the rules will be changing pretty soon, that even though that the batter's been crossed, the rule will be soon, very soon, that the new batsman will have to take strike. In October, I was told. So the new batsman will have to take strike. So crossing doesn't really matter as it used to in our days growing, Mark. It will change, yes, in October. So Valentine now is the new batsman. He's the left-hander, and there's 2 slip down in place. A ball outside the off and taken nicely by Mussington and skipping nicely. It's good to see. And so he just retrieved the ball to mid-wicket in Jarvis, and Jarvis to mid-on, and mid-on is related back to Lee, who will make another attempt to really put some pressure on the police team. Good delivery again. Misses this time by Mussington, by the keeper, but he didn't place, and so the ball just ricocheted out of his glove and fell on the ground, and there's no run. So score still 23 for 1. Police batting first in 6 overs. So Police doesn't have the likes of Siobhan Moore and Boston and Shejak Jr. So they're really, and now Malik, who has really lately had the bulk of the scoring, has gone early. So good delivery ball. Nicely. And there's going to be a run out here. And there's a poor effort in the fielders in the cover point region. Just lazily looped into the ball. Young man. And the keeper was there waiting. It was a sure run out. and he allowed the pressure to ease off of the CV form of the policemen, and so Valentine getting pretty easy in the end. This is a semi-final game, and we're looking to see some real quality. But again, it's just we're practicing what we preach. That's what been played in the past, and it's what you're gonna see today. So, hoping to see some better cricket played in the next competition. The young men need to be more sharper in the field. Cover point is a placement where you need that aggressive and quick feeler off his mark. But again, first time playing in this high stake game, doesn't really know what it takes, but they will learn. Now we're seeing a 7-2 field, a ball that was not a bit too high, a ball that was a bit on the leg stump, and probably there's an edge also, but umpire Paget didn't move, or appeal by the keeper Mussington. Umpire didn't move, so there's a mid-on, a short fine leg, 2 slip, short cover, mid-on, mid-off, cover, so wide, now signaled by umpire Paget. And there's a third man cover point, and that's the field, and 2 slip in place for Valentine. Score 25, police batting, and there's we're witnessing the first semi-final. Ball that is worked off his pad. This one, Lee is much more agile from the short third man region, short fine leg region, and there's no run. So we're witnessing the first of 2 semi-finals where police is coming up against the CV Farm cricket team, and tomorrow will be the there's a very good effort, but he should have hold on to that ball. Ball was tapped into the cover region. He really showed himself at it, and it came out just at the wrong time. Very good effort by the fielder, by Nathan Willock, with number 1 on his back. A very good effort, but he should have hold on to really complete the effort that was made. But Valentine lived to fight on again. Philip into Valentine. This one is stayed down to a wideish third man and fielded a bit fumbly, and it's a bit over show here. There's not a very poor on the part of the CV Farm. Shot third man, the widest third man by the Beanie Man. And the ball eluded Chis Phillip, the captain, and the fielder in the short mid-on region, who came around to back up, and so they got 3. Seems a real poor feeling here in the field by the CV Farm men, who really need to keep the pressure on police if they want to get into the final. It's been always told that this is the most important game of the tournament, the semi-finals. You need to win this to get into the final. There's a change of glove, keeping glove here now by Mussington. So Lee, who had a good over in the last attempt, got no wicket of Malik Gerard. Now a signal being made by Simon at Heroes Park N, wide. So the score moves on now by 1 to 20. 29. So the second semi-final will be played. Good delivery outside the off stump. Plays and then after missed, he's trying to leave alone the ball after he's in the keeper's glove. The second semi-final will be played at Freetown. Freetown will be playing against Mexico. And again, there goes. Good delivery again, full length, and only now Valentine is playing the correct shot. After he has already, the foot was down the line of the leg stump and was slashing outside the off stump, and the ball ricocheted into the keeper's glove. Then after he get his foot out to the pitch of the ball where the ball pitches, but the horse is already bowled. A good delivery again. Caught behind! Caught behind! His foot was nowhere. His left foot was still on the leg stump line and was flashing his bat just as the ball before. And there goes his demise. And he did the correct thing after the first ball was bowled. And now he get the second. It's a bit shorter in length, but the same line, and the foot was still down the leg stump line and was slashing the ball. And the umpire give that dreaded finger. So police 29 for 2. Sevier Farm 29 for 2. 29 for 2 away in the 7th over. 8th. We're in the 8th over, right? 6. Oh. And now we see Malik now has switched from cricket to photography taking. Has his lounge chair in his... So Captain Maryland is strolling out to the crease, hoping to consolidate this innings. It's been said that there's some point in a tournament that you have to lose the game, Mark. There's some point in the tournament you have to lose a game, Mark, and losing this game is a crucial loss. So let's see if police can hold their head up high and come through in this very, very crucial game. They're without the service of Siobhan Moore, Shajak Jr. and Boston, and even Africa. So it's rely heavily on the captain and Jones to really pull police out of the hole. A short delivery and make some height, and Maryland tries to pull, and the ball went into. Well, he has some meat. He has some meat on his body, and he and so it doesn't hurt. So he lives the fight again, hoping to play a captain's knack. The ball is turned off his pad. Beautiful shot by Maryland. And they get 4. Now that ball, Malik will be hitting it to mid-wicket in such a way you cannot describe. But this, now Maryland plays the traditional flick shot, and he gets 4. So we'll basically see some shot that can be described by these two batters. Malik is very unorthodox, but effective when he gets his way going. So the score now is 33. Police batting. They are playing against Sevier Farm in the first semi-final. Dave Joseph, 35 limited over, sponsored by ACB Caribbean Bank. And it's been some partnership in some 44 years. and that some relationship doesn't even last that long. Some marriages doesn't last that long. So we'll see how long this relationship lasts. It seems like it has no ending. Beautiful shot played by Captain Maryland. The ball was outside the off stump. And just to pump his blood, he just still ran down to the non-striker's end just to get his blood pumping. Good sign. It was well played outside the off stump, and he just uses the pace without really full-blooded cut shot. He just really used the pace. It's a nice scene. You normally see the Steve Smith plays those type of shots. It's not really a cut shot, but use the pace, with a little stab, and it runs off the face of the bat nicely for 4. So 37, Police batting for 2. And the Lee has the 2 wicket for CV Farm. His first over was very short, and Malik really took toll of that, but he come back real nicely. As we watch Philip from about 5 steps, using experience, and Chis is throwing back the ball to the keeper who wasn't looking, who always need to look at the ball and but luckily the ball hits the keeper body and it didn't go away for any run. So the Chis Philip, captain, is trying to let the keeper stay in the game, and ball that is hit nicely, gets width. He wasn't really the foot wasn't there, but he's placed through the line of the ball and connects nicely, and the ball ricochets into the cover point boundary for 4. So Jones got 4, and a nice little cameo innings is being built in here, and the experience of them both, and mostly Maryland, Police is going to need this pair to consolidate nicely in their favor. But Philip has different ideas. This ball caught behind! It's caught behind! A ball! Again, these men are not using their feet, not putting their foot to the line of the ball, even though he connects the ball before with the width that was presented. It came off the face of the bat, but this ball again was a little fuller, and his left foot was down the leg stump line, reaching for the ball. I was caught behind, and there's a Police. As I was saying, this pair need to really consolidate, but Jones didn't get there, and there goes the demise of Jones. So Police now moves on, lose their 3rd wicket to for 41. So wonder if that old theory that you need to lose a game in the preliminary round to know what losing all about. Police hasn't known for the season so far what losing is about, and so let's see how they dig themselves out of this hole that they find themselves in. 41 for 1, and in the semi-final for 3. Oh, sorry, that was a mistake. The slip of the tongue is the fault of the mind. 41 for 1. And so CV Farm is really putting some pressure on the policemen. And let's see how Maryland and Nicholas handle this. We're on the 7th over, and the policemen are in some sputter butter. 41 for 3 in the 7th over. Philip, the experienced Philip, a.k.a. Pumpkin, from the Freeman Village region, played for the Stanford. A baller was picked up, and he goes, very well ball, full length delivery, ball beating the bat of Nicholas, and he was in this belief, walked away after to Square Leg region after the ball was rushing into the pad, but when looked up to see the congregation of the CV Farm team high-fiving everyone because of the dreaded finger being raised by Padgett, and so Nichols goes back. Nichols goes back without troubling the scorers. I remember the first game at the Willie Keys playing field. He got 29 runs, and he posted that photo lying down on his back, showing that this is just the start of everything to come. Well, since then, he himself hasn't troubled the scorers since then, and so Police is in some real spot of bother. 41 for 4, and we're in the first semi-final game being played by Police and the CV Farm. CV Farm are in the field, and we're watching now Shanika Hector walking out businesslike, and she's the captain of the Leeward Island female team, and so joining the captain of the Police men's team, and so two captains are out there in the right perspective. So we'll see how she handle this bowling attack by the senior Philip, who I will say earlier, Sanford had a Thursday League team back in the time when Sanford was here, and he was playing. He had some. He was very handy in the Thursday League competition while playing for the Sanford Thursday League team, and he is on a hat-trick. Is basically some 5 steps he's bowling from left arm around the wicket, and the feeling is very aggressive. Is a ball ill directed, being chased down the leg side to the backward region, backward square leg region by the keeper, and very badly directed delivery by Philip. He himself should be, and rightly so, being very disappointed because he had a very aggressive field placement for Shanika Hector, and the ball was angled down the leg side, so they run a leg by, and the score moves on to 1 to 42 for 4 Police. Left arm over, beautiful delivery ball by Philip again. The ball was angled outside the off stump but straightened, but handled very nicely by Captain Maryland. Sorry, beg your pardon, I did say around the wicket, but he's bowling the left arm over the wicket, and he has now got 2 wickets in this over, and Lee also has 2 wickets, and these are the 2 opening bowlers, and I don't think that Police has faced a left arm bowler for the season. I don't think, and yes, they haven't faced a left arm, I wouldn't say fast bowler, medium pace bowler, and the angle is somewhat different than the right arm fast bowlers. So he's posing some problem. He himself also started a bit shakily, but get back in his groove as this experience has really come to the forefront. And we are watching 2 slipper gully, cover point, cover, mid-off. A ball outside the off stump, leg foot again is away from the ball, and Shanika Hector is just flashing at a good length delivery. The ball that should be left alone or defended by getting in line, but her foot wasn't nowhere close to it. Her bat was, but not close enough to take an edge. And then there to complete the field is a mid-on and short fine leg as Lee from the beautiful shot played by Shanika up to the mid-off region, fielded nicely, and there's no run. The ball came out of the bat nicely, but her foot was still not to the pitch. But I guess these batsmen just is satisfied with hearing the ball is played in the air through the cover region, chased down by Jarvis, and they're running, taking their own sweet time, and now they're running 3. There should be a 4-run all-run boundary, but there was well, Maryland is a jogger, and Shanika, Shanika is just going with the flow. So they got 3 anyway, and as the score moves on by 3-45, Police batting. Police batting, and coming up, and they're facing Seaview Farm, who hasn't played cricket for some 35 years, and first years back, and they're in the semi-final, and this is the first of 2 semi-final we're witnessing. And Lee into Maryland, he hits this one down to straight mid-wicket, mid-on, sorry, and ball is running up the hill, but he won't get 4, and they run just jog a 2. And if the CV Farm fielders are smart, they will aim at target the wicket of Maryland's end and let him take him out of the comfort zone. And so let's see how he reacts. But all well and went well. So the mid-off is a bit wide. Probably he will go a bit straighter now because there's a short, straightish mid-wicket is in place there now. So the mid-on is a bit straighter than it was, but not straight as the ball that was played. As Lee into Maryland, again, good delivery. And he just comes down on it just in time, and the ball peels off the outside portion of the bat. Right now the third man and fielded by the fielder, and they ran a single. So they're going to need a real big consolidation partnership here by both captain in their own right. Shanika is the captain. Hector is the captain for the Leeward Island female team, and the captain of the police men's team is Maryland. And so let's see how Shanika approach. Good delivery again. Misfield badly. Misfield real badly into the mid-on region when the fielder should be keeping the pressure on the batting team and just ease the shackle somewhat. And so they got an easy single. I'm just joined by my other commentator and in John Baptist, and just allow him to introduce himself and say hello.
Well, good afternoon to you, Coach Hughes. Good afternoon to our listening and viewing audience, and to all who are hearing our voice, coming to you live on the Parish League network, on our Facebook page, Antigua Parish League, on our YouTube channel, Antigua Parish League. And at present, just getting an update of the score. Police batting here, 49 for 4. And so you're watching the Dave Joseph, ACB Dave Joseph, 35 over semi-final number 1. And today we have Seaview Farm versus the police team. And so
Shanika Hector batting.
Shanika Hector, okay, is at the crease, along with, I can see, the roly-poly Derek Maryland. And Hector is trying to pull, but that ball coming onto her a little bit quick, and so only getting it onto the offside there. And Trish Phillip, another veteran, right there.
I know you just arrived, John, but I think the challenge that the policemen are facing here is they haven't faced a left arm bowler, medium bowler for the season, and he has really been posing some threat to Phillip. Phillip really posing some threat to the policemen. So, you know, we're watching. He's a veteran also in his own right. A good delivery again, which worked off his pad nicely by Shanika. Will they get 2? And yet they will get it easily. And the fielder fell awkwardly trying to. Now they get 3 runs. There was no need for him to tussle over. The ball was already on his way in sign up, but he coughed a coon in such a way that But they got 3. That was a very good shot played in the end, though. The ball was on her pad, and Shanika worked it nicely, and they got 3 runs.
Yeah, I think his momentum just got a better of him there, but it's the left-handed bowler. Get his full name for you shortly, guys. And Maryland again is going aerial, a chance for a catch, but a soft effort, I would say, by the fieldsman there in the extra cover region there. Ball came off the outer half of the bat and was dying to the fieldsman, but he just sort of just slid down, didn't really come forward, and half chance go begging.
Yeah, Omari, earlier he had an easy run out, and he was feeling in the cover point region. And in such a game as this, you need to see the best effort being made by your fielders. This is a semi-final game. And again, the ball was just not just beneath him. We should have taken that catch, put some pressure to get Maryland, and it'll be real trouble for the policemen.
Most definitely, yeah. So the bowler coming from the grandstand end, that is Egbert Phillip. And a very nippy bowler, not going to surprise you with pace, but a lot of guile, movement, just subtle change of pace also he uses, and that left arm he used to his advantage. There's one pitching outside the off, some coming back in, but Shanisha was equal to the task, just tapping it down the wicket. And so another over comes to an end, and so after over number 9, the score is 49. No, it has to be over. 53 for 4. 53 for 4. So police in a spot of bother here. Abdel, this is going to be a big challenge for police. So far they've had some decent starts and been able to score quite freely, and now losing quite some early wickets. How would they handle this one going forward?
It was a test now that they'll have to really come forward to see if they will be coming forward as goal. Malik, as we know, was their bulk of scorer. Is a pinch hitter, and he was very aggressive, as you know, but there was a change of field just where about 20 feet away from the boundary, and there was a field placement that was placed. The ball was just now is played down to the widest cover point region, and they're coming back for 2. And just as the Tris Phillip put the feeler out there, Malik hit the ball straight into the feeler's hand. So this is a smart cricket I'm talking about that we don't play enough of in Antigua. And there goes Malik, who is the bulk of the scoring up in the top order to give them that cushion that they need, and they didn't get it, and they're now struggling. And ball that was short and hooked, and ball come up the top edge of the bat and come down to a third man region straight over the keeper head for 4. A ball that was short, and Lee, he has some aggression about him, doesn't really afraid to hit the ball in the wicket, and it's a good sign as a fast bowler because that will happen. And Maryland went into the hook shot, and it resulted into a 4 shot off the top edge of the bat.
Yeah, he was in no position for that shot.
And as the score moves on my 4 to 59 for 4, the police batting, and Lee again to Maryland. Good delivery, and it's beaten outside the off stump, dropped by the keeper, and the field by the Beanie Man. His right name I'll get to you. He's A.K. Beanie
Iverson
Man.
Joseph,
Iverson Joseph, A.K. Beanie Man.
That was a good delivery.
It was a very good delivery. The ball that made some nice little away movement and took the edge of the glove of the Maryland, and had the keeper wrong-footed and tried to in the end to take it, but it loads him. Come down to third man, and they ran a single. So he's in a nice little spell. He has picked up 2 wickets so far, and Phillip also 2 wickets. Phillip was also on a hat trick after Nicholson went. Ball was hit down the ground, a full ball, and didn't connect too cleanly, and field in the mid-off region. I was on a hat trick after giving Nicholson a 1 ball.
Yeah, Phillip, as I said, is a very crafty bowler. He generally hits the length very good, and so makes it very difficult for batsmen to get at him. But here's this fast bowler Lee, and he's bowling with quite a bit of pace. Oh, that's beautiful. That is a class. There is Shawnita Hector just standing tall and just leaning into that and caressing that past the man there at mid-on, and that crashed into the boundary. Wonderful shot, Abdel Hughes by Shanisha there.
Very, very good shot. Very, very good shot. The bat went through the line of the ball without any flourish, and she got what she deserved. Her head was right over it, and as I say, she got exactly what she deserved.
Yeah, she leant into that one and really caressed it there. So let's see what the response of Lee would be here. Fast bowlers don't like to be driven down the ground. Let's see what he comes with here. And he's back up in there full, and Hector not really getting in line, but just playing through the line and hitting it back down the wicket. And so good aggressive bowling by the youngster there. But at the end of over number 11, the score is number 10. The score is 64 for 4.
I'll ask the very exact question that I asked the first week. I asked John. I'm wondering how the practice has been going on, because there's no foot movement I've seen when none of the batters. It's only when they already played the wrong shot, then they're doing the right thing. You know,
shadow batting.
So, yeah, I'd prefer to see the correct thing being done than the wrong thing being done, and then when the heart's been bowled, you hold your head.
Yeah, well, Lee, as I said, I'm a bit impressed with his energy. He got a short ball there. Maryland was in no position, got a top edge. Then he nipped the gloves, and the keeper, I felt, could have been wrong-footed yet, but I felt he was a little bit in the wrong position, was a little bit high, and so he had to go back down to try and nip that, and he was a bit late. And so that was a chance gone, a begging there. But there seems to be a new bowler now. So Alfred Jarvis, he's going to be coming from the pavilion end. And Maryland trying to be a bit aggressive, trying to be assertive, not wanting to be bogged down, and given a couple of chances, but he has survived so far, so chance in his arm here. There's Alfred Jarvis, and this one is cut back with a square. Lovely shot, and that good shot should race into the boundary just about now, and that's 4 runs. So 4 good-looking runs there to Maryland. Short outside the off stump, and he cracked that behind square for 4 looking runs.
Yeah, that was a good shot played by Captain Maryland. He's the bowler here. He thinks. I try to let thing, if I may say. So he'll come with some slower ones. So Maryland has got to look, even Shanika, got to look for those crafty deliveries.
Again. This one is short again, and this one is out punched in front of square. Does this one have the legs to go to the boundary? It's a hit and miss for the fieldsman there, and good job, but I think that is 4. I think his hand was on it when he touched the boundary rope, but the umpire may not see that from their angle, and he said no 4. So 2 runs there. It was a real good shot here by Maryland. Another short ball outside the off stump, and this time Maryland going in front of square, and good work there by the fieldsman running that down just forward the square to effect the save.
At one moment I was holding my head for the same bowler Lee. He got his ankle sprain up Willikes for basically the same thing. He's turning for a ball, and as he slid there, I was hoping that he was safe for him. The ball was straight down to third man. At this time might roll into up the hill just about now for 4. So this over is very expensive. There's some 10 runs from 3 balls.
Yeah, I think is obviously the plan is to keep it outside of the off stump, and so far Maryland, you got to give Maryland credit. He has been able to bisect the field. You have a very strong offside field. It looks like a 6-3 field that we have here, and he so far he has bisected the field. So he has said to the Sevier Farm team, hey, no matter what gap you set, well, no matter what field you set, I'm going to find a gap. And so I think credit has to go to Maryland thus far in executing his batting powers here. But it's going to be Jarvis as he continues over the wicket. This one is fuller, and so Maryland being respectful, just coming forward, not really lunging forward, but just leaning forward, if I could say, and just tapping it to the offside.
Yeah, I'm going to be a bit harsh on Maryland. That one was the most presented ball to be punished, and he defended the easy ball that he had to punish, and at least he was still batting, as he would say. Yeah. But that should be struck down the ground for a single and give Sean Eaker an opportunity to score.
Well, he got a single off of the last ball there, just tugging a full toss there and getting it to the long on position. As Jarvis, a little stutter step, and then he comes in, and this one, Shanisha is just stabbing it to the offside. So, after being hit for 10 runs off of the first 3 deliveries, a decent comeback there by Jarvis, limiting the carnage of runs. So after 11 overs, the score is 75 for 4. So the run rate is not too bad. I think the only challenge for police is the wickets in hand, but the run rate is not too bad.
You know, this morning when I came, I was questioning the tactics of the policemen, because there's Jennison Richards. I haven't seen her but since I've seen any game police played, and now she probably would be called upon to do so when they should be given some opportunity for when this time comes. They know what it's all about. But sometimes when we don't plan to win, you know, we'll plan to lose.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. I mean, you have to look at the longer development of the competition. As you said, you have to know how to utilize your players, and I think this is where the coaching has to step up, the captaincy, the leadership of the team. Let me say, we have to recognize what are the needs and wants of the team and try and position them in the best position to ensure that we can maximize when that opportunity arises.
Yes. So we'll see how they reacted to. Thus far, they're pulling themselves somewhat out of the predicament they were in after it was 41 for 4. Now with some more respectable totaling 75 for the same 4. And which is a spin ball. Randall is be taking over from Lee. Randall Winter. And I was listening to the program Thursday, John, and it's a most intriguing program, but I couldn't hear Robbie's very clear because it's somewhat scratchy.
Yeah, it was a bit, and he was speaking in a very strong English accent.
Yeah, so
and it made it a little bit difficult. I myself had some challenge comprehending everything there.
But listening from the tone of the conversation, I know he was going, but I couldn't hear him too clear. But from Tearfield, I could have heard much more, clearer and understand what he was saying.
But it's going to be Winter. Right arm looks like maybe a little bit of off spin, and this one is turned behind square. And can they come back for 2? Yes. Egberg Philip, a.k.a. Pumpkin. I think he approached that just a little bit ill-mannered there, and so he went directly to the ball when he probably should have gone around it first to cut off the angle, and the ball eluded him, and so 2 runs to Maryland. So let's watch Winter, see what Winter has. He has a short third man, a man on the point, cover, extra cover, and a man on the long off and long on boundary, and this one is squirted. Oh, beautiful. That one is driven. No man move, and that crashed into the cover boundary. So beautiful shot there, Abdel, by Maryland. That one was pitched up, and Maryland lent into that and really drove that beautifully through the cover region.
Yeah, it was a very good shot. A full ball that was just tossed up there, and he just lent into it, and the police outfield is fast, and he get value for his shot.
And you see the outfield makes a big difference. When we were at Freetown the other day, that probably would have struggled to get to the boundary due to the type of soil there. But this one, the ground was well manicured, well low and hard, and so the ball is really racing across the turf. go there. So let's see what the response of Winter is here. Just about 3 steps in. And this one is a little fuller, and Maryland is stabbing at it. Luckily for him, not getting an edge there to the keeper. So just beating him outside the off stump. Again, Abdel, we're not seeing any foot movement, just a lot of hand and eye coordination, really.
Yeah, basically using the experience that he have, and not really the basic cricket that you will want to see, you know. And I guess they're connecting, so you don't have to worry. This one is
This one
slash.
is slapped again and again. I think it would see the same result that should before. Can it make it? Yes, it beats the man there. So Maryland enjoying himself here. This one was floated up a bit just outside the off stump, and Maryland needed no second invitation, and he crashed that to the extra cover boundary, and so 4 more runs.
Yes, identical shot, a bit in the air this time, but the same position and the same result.
Well, there's going to be an adjustment in the field now. A man is going to be dropping back to the. He's dropping right back onto the. What should we say? Extra cover.
Yeah.
Boundary there. Here is and this one. Maryland again is just going back and running this one in the gap, and you could see the fieldsman there in Iverson Joseph not really making any effort there. And so 2 more runs to Maryland, and he's starting to hold those legs, starting to lift those legs. I wonder if any cramp is setting in. But so far, Abdel, we got to give Maryland credit. He's looking to score. He's not going to be bogged down by the Seaview Farm attack. As Winter over the wicket, and this one is full and coming off of an outside edge, and running down to a 3rd-man boundary, and they can get 2. I hope the camera did not pick up that fielding effort. I won't even try to describe that to you, ladies and gentlemen. If you saw it on the camera, you can form your own description of that. But it's the end of another over, and so after over number 12, 89 for 4. So very good run rate so far. That's over 8 runs and over there. No, 7 runs and over. Over 7 runs and over. So in terms of run rate, good going, and good recovery by these 2 batsmen.
Yeah,
thus far.
this is a very good period for the policemen, and as I said, the 2 captains in their own rights, Shanika Hector for the female Leeward Island female team, and Maryland for the policemen team, and they're really bringing back the police team into some good standing. And so from 12 overs, 89 for 4, from 41 for 4, it's a very good comeback.
Very good comeback, and ladies and gentlemen, we just want you to know you're not missing any cricket. The batsmen just getting a little refreshment there, and you're watching live cricket from the Police Recreation Ground. It's the Antigua Commercial, it's the ACB Caribbean Dave Joseph 35 over competition, and we're watching the first semi-final being played between the DNR Construction Seaview Farm and the police team, and I believe police won the toss and decided to bat. No, Seaview Farm won the toss and decided to insert the police team, and so it's going to be Jarvis continuing from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Hector. This one is a quick one. Hector is getting nicely into that and slapping it, but Trish Phillips showing some youth there. Lying down, I won't say dive in, lying down on that ball and just stopping it there. So it's Alfred Jarvis with his little dready nets tackling behind his head. This one is wide, and Hector is going for a drive, but not really getting into the ball, leaning back and not getting any time in, but luckily that ball dropped into no man's land, and so a single there to the score. Score goes up to 90 for 4. Again, Abdul, Coach Hughes, I'm seeing a little tactical flaw with Hector batting. I don't think the men needs to be so deep. You got to force Hector to go over the top, or you got to force her to find that gap. When you put the men that deep, you know, she can still hit it, pinch it, and run it there. So I would like to see a little tighter feel with Hector batting. But it's Jarvis as he turns from the pavilion end. about 5-6 steps over the wicket. I know this one is wide, and this is going for a cut there by Maryland, and this is signaled wide by the umpire. Trying to bowl a quick one there, but probably dragged it down a bit, and it went real wide, and Maryland had a slash at it, but came up with nothing but air. So we're here at the police recreation ground, viewing all the traffic going up and down the factory road, looking at the Heroes Park right in front of us here, as Jarvis over the wicket to Maryland. Again, this one is short, and this one is cracked, but the man there on the cover boundary is there to mop it up. It was really hit with some power, but hit directly to the man on the boundary, and so 1 run to Maryland.
Now, I would like to know if Maryland was caught behind or caught in the cover from that wide delivery. What would he say? What explanation would he really given to the police team? You know, he could have left that to get that same single.
Well, it's Jarvis, and again, Jarvis is going wide.
Slow
and this
delivery.
Time, Hector is backing away and trying to cut it, but ball didn't really make any height, as you would have heard in the background. Coach you saying it was a slow delivery, so it didn't really bounce anyway. So Shanisha was backing away, not getting into it, and so she missed it completely. And this one, she's jumping into line and hitting it into the cover region, extra cover region, and no run. Coach Hughes, we are seeing Shanisha in the middle here. The West Indies female team just came from the World Cup. We did make it to the semi-finals. I honestly must say I didn't really watch much of the game, but I'm just going from the scorecard and reading reports. I don't think we really had a good series. We were very fortunate. We won the first couple of games. Yes, you give them credit. They pulled it out of the bag. But in terms of the talent that we saw there, it's begging some question. How is our development of our female program going? Are we getting our female players ready for some opportunities? Because looking at that West Indies team, if you take out Haley, Dutton, and maybe a Taylor Nation to some extent, we are found wanting with a lot of the other talent that we're seeing around.
Yeah, I agree with you. But a shot that was played through the covers, and just dive over it, and they got a single. The feeler of the wide long off region, and Shanika is now in strike. But again, it boils down to how aggressive our program is in the region, in the leewards or the windwards, or even Guyana, or whatever it is, to replace those that we have questioned over.
Yeah, but I want to bring you back home. We had a female camp here, if I'm not mistaken. I think we did zones. I mean, how is? Sorry. We did a female camp here a couple, maybe a month or so ago, and with different zones.
That's the West Indies.
That was the West Indies. Is the West Indies clusters?
Where one was at Pickers, one out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I was thinking it was the ACA.
No.
This one is turned nicely with some soft hands and running through for a quick single. So good run in here by the police team.
That was the West Indies cluster, where you have the different, as you were talking, the zones. I think the association has dropped the ball when it comes to female cricket. They're just now having the under 19 camp, whereas a camp that's going to help these female who's not playing cricket. You need a league. When I'll explain myself when I say the association dropped the ball. I remember 2008 when I was coaching in the national team.
2008 or 2018?
Sorry, 18. Oh, slip of the tongue is not the fault of mine. Thanks for correcting. 18, and you have some, about 25 female players used to come in and practice regular, and after that 2018, everything just went downhill. Right, when I got back from Guyana.
If you're coaching it and it go downhill, is you push it downhill then?
Well, no. Well, when I was coaching the team, the Antigua team, then the Leeward Island team went to Jamaica.
Right.
When I got back, I was given the boot, so it wasn't from weird.
1 second. So you went with the Leeward Islands team?
Yes, in Jamaica, 2018.
And when you came back, you were given the boot.
Yes. So from that time, that nothing really continued as that type of numbers.
So you could not continue your program that you would have started there. Was there any discussion held into maybe they wanted to go into a different direction in terms of maybe where you were going? Where there's some discussions taking place as to what we were going to do with our female program, so maybe we're just trying a different route?
No direction, nothing, no discussion was held. One and good shot played down to long one by Hector, and I got a single. There's no discussion, but the decision been made by the authorities, and what can Abdel Hughes do but stay where he's living. That year is the best year that Lee was had.
Coach Hughes, that's a wide ball and a slapped hard down and beat in the field, man. And Maryland is calling for two, but that would be suicidal. He quickly recognized that and said no. It was hit back at the bowler. He probably got a little fingertip to it, but it was hit real hard, and so he couldn't hold on to it. But Coach Hughes, let me ask now, put you on the spot. You're saying that is the best year. Best year in terms of what?
Best year in terms of accolades, if I may put it that way. Very well bowled, slow delivery outside off some beaten Shanika, and there's no run. They came very close in beating Jamaica in the last game. At that last game in the presentation, that same Sunday night, 3 of Leeward Island players go up to the podium and get 3 trophies. Nice stroke down to long on again by Shanika, and again the single. Amanda Edwards, she got the best bowling figures in 6 for 50. Parker, the keeper, she got most dismissal, and then in that said game, there's a player by the name was Shabani. She got man of the match in that game. So when you see, which never happened before, 3 Leeward Island players are going up to the podium to collect those hardwares, it says. But then there's also an interview that was done on a Weeper website by Sylvester Sylvester, the full name can't come to me right now. Eldora, thank you, Eldora Sylvester. It's the best preparation in 4 years that they have had, and it's the fittest they've ever been. So when a player has been given that feedback, it only takes a continuation to things to get better. But the official sees different.
Well, you kind of said what I was hoping that you would have said, because you spoke about the development of the players, because a lot of times we look at the results and saying that we would have achieved, but when sometimes we have to look at the development of our players, the conditions at which we operate under with, and when we can see that development in our players, we know once that system continues, then eventually more players will develop, and the more players develop, then the system itself becomes stronger. Right. And so I'm happy to hear there's a batsman pulling away there. I'm happy to hear you speak about the individual players and the development, because we know they didn't do too well in terms of the win and lose, right, win and loss column. But yes, once we could see the development, because we know our female cricket really, if we want to be frank, would be at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the region, and so we're happy to see the individual developments, and hopefully that in the future we can see a holistic development in terms of our female program. I mean, we would have been proud a couple of years ago. Seeing Shanisha Hector in the West Indies colours. I mean, a lot of us would have been disappointed not to see the progression take place. But sometimes you have to reboot and come again. But well, Abdel, I hope there can be a review. I think I heard some talk from the ACA in reference to the female program. I don't remember the exact word, but I know they're looking at doing something, and maybe you might be in the pipeline for another recall.
That pipe is too big. That pipeline is too wide. Can't fit in that. but on a serious note, I don't think enough been placed on in terms of the interest of female cricket. There is no way that Leeward Island female players could just get into a camp to compete against the Jamaicans who are playing competition among themselves. There is no way. And for some reason that the Leeward Island authorities seem to be very happy with that approach.
Abdel, do we have the resources here? Do we have the females here to play the game?
Listen, in Nevis, just last week, Nevis and St. Kitts played a practice match among themselves, female. Right? They mixed the senior among the under 19s. What Antigua doing? Antigua have some under 19 in the nets. In the nets every Saturday morning. What are you going to learn? When you see you get into this open field, is where learning comes from. That has its part. The nets have its part. But the open field net has a major part to play. When you have to run that ball and to know what you're doing wrong out there is where you're playing that cricket mindset in your mind when the cricket comes around.
Coach Hughes, don't I start you in the nets? Get you to understand that left foot must come here, that back foot must go here, the elbow must go here. Isn't that what I start with the nets, and then I take you from the nets, and then I bring you into the big square?
Did you made mention of that zone, that female zone that you talked about?
Yes.
So what that was all about?
You'd have to tell me. You're the coach.
I wasn't there. No, that zone was to put them into that same where your foot should be, where they played game among themselves. Remember that. I think the Crushers beat the Liberta team and Helter Skelter thought of it. The world finished because they beat Liberta. That's foolishness. You know, at that stage you need them to be doing the correct thing. No winning is involved there. You know, so I don't know what that cluster was all about, but this shouldn't be now coming to a net to teach that. We should be seeing some outfield cricket.
Well, I know for sure I can speak for the Pickett's Crushers. I know there was every intention to continue with our female program, and I think that is very much still on the cards. And I know they're doing some work at the Bellier Park. And so we should be seeing our female cluster for Pickett's coming out there again, starting to do some work.
I don't think that Billy Avenue was very well played down the ground by Maryland captain. That's his 50. That's his 50 scored by very good 50 scored by Maryland after it was 44 for 4. The score now moves on to 103 for 4. So it's some 62 runs partnership between
captain's innings.
Yeah, very well. And we see the wide now be signaled by Paget. But that place down Ballier didn't prepared for the female team. So it's funny now to hear that you're putting that the sport club had that in mind. I think that was created there for Robbie and Robert Joseph and Greg Skepler and their plans, but Robert Joseph got an assignment at England, so he's no more. So what are you telling me?
Coach, yes, good shot there, but well fielded there by the man in the short mid-wicket area. Coach Hughes, you know, you have to understand there are many lines to the story. Story has very much plenty lines, and I can assure you that you will see the female Crushers utilizing that facility. And here she's going for a short arm pull. Is she a short arm pull? But okay, I thought she was bowled there, but no. So another over is in the bag. Coach Hughes and I are just having another discussion. 104 for 4. So partnership of 60 runs. 103.
63 runs, sorry. partnership.
If it's 103 and
Yeah.
the score was 44.
104.
It's 100, it's 44.
It was 41 for 4.
41, okay.
Yeah.
So 63.
Yeah.
63 run partnership. Yes, Coach Hughes, you're going to see the Pickett's Sports Club. We're going to have the female crushers. You will be seeing them utilizing the Bellier Park in conjunction with the other youngsters there. So you don't worry. That program will be
I have
off
nothing to
and
worry
running.
about.
The Pickett Sports Club will be churning out female cricketers in time to come.
Well, that's very good for cricket. But if you guys had 2 teams and could only master one, so it'd be good to see where that energy is going to be placed into the female part of it, John.
Oh, there's Maryland getting a flighted one and going for a driving it down to the cover region there and getting a 1 run. So back to the cricket here. Maryland, they're playing a real captain's inning, 43 for 4. Him and Shawnisha Hector, 2 senior players in their relative ranks, and so Hector giving good support. Yeah, those loud barrels you're hearing, those are the trucks blaring down the factory road as we overlook here. Here is Winter into Hector, and that's driven there to the cover point region, and so a single. So good batting. What I like with this partnership thus far, they've been getting the boundaries here and there, but they've been keen on running the singles also and turning the singles into 2, so the scoreboard keeps turning over, doesn't get static.
That's very, 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 very good batting. Very, very, very good batting, and especially I'm impressed with Shanika and trying to get the single, because the captain is the one who's been more aggressive. Not that she's getting her foot in the right position, and the hand-eye coordination is working good, but she's playing for the single nevertheless, and that's good.
So there's Maryland. That's a little favorite spot of him, just running it down to the short third man. And Iverson, Beanie Man Joseph there, plugging that gap. Has he bowled any yet?
No.
Well, that's strange. I know he's not known for his batting powers, so if he's not going to bowl, CV Farm must be short.
And he doesn't bowl old ball.
Well, so far, a decent over here by Winter. Been able to keep it a little tight as he comes over the wicket. This one, Maryland's going for a big drive here, and luckily for him, just beat him outside of the off stump. So a very good over here. I think just about a single coming from this over. 2 runs. So good over here. So the score goes up to 106. 106 for 4, and we're in over. We just completed over number 18. Over number 18. So good going. I think Police would feel a little more comfortable now, Coach Hughes, after being 41 for 4. They would feel pretty more comfortable at this stage.
Yeah, they're really showing now why they won the 5 games they play. You know, the experience of Maryland really come to the forefront, and as I say, the captain of the female team has really lent a great support to her captain.
Well, it's Jarvis again, and this one is outside the outside, and this one is hit with some power here by Shawnisha Hector, and they're able to come through for 2 runs. So Jarvis has been very guilty of bowling short, and so hasn't really attacked the stump. Well, he doesn't have the leverage, because at one time he had a 7-2 field, now he has a 6-3 field. So he definitely has to keep it outside of that off stump, but he has just been a bit too short, and so the batsmen have been able to cut quite a bit to his bowling. But here he comes again. This one is full outside the off stump, and is driven nicely there by Hector down the ground, and so a single.
Again, she's not trying to overhit the ball. She's just playing the ball in its merit, and whatever the shot present to her, she takes it. Single down the ground, single through cover. Ball is work off the.
Well, nicely played here. Jarvis pulled back the length a bit there, but Maryland kept his eye on it and just worked it behind square. Coach Hughes, I'm seeing here, I'm making a prediction. If Maryland keeps his head on, I see he's stretching. I hope the cramps don't affect him. But I believe if he bats sensible, I think a century is here for him. Oh my, I'm hearing in the background his belly. Well, here comes, oh, that's a full toss, and that is just hit high in the air. Can it make it to the man? Oh, and Shanisha, probably being surprised by the full toss, decided at the last minute to open her hand, but only lobbed it up in the air, and an easy catch.
Again, it was a slow delivery, slow loop in the full toss, and so she got caught by the deceiving of the pace of the ball, and she just pushed it. So we're watching now Jennison Richards.
Well, Coach Hughes, you've been calling for her for a couple of weeks now.
Again, I haven't seen her bat for Police yet, but she played an innings against Guyana in Jamaica, 42. It's one of the best innings played in the tournament. You know, if some say wouldn't understand because we lost this, but there was some good good performances took place in Jamaica, you know, but we just seen a very good innings played by Shanika Hector, but she'll be a bit disappointed by the way she got out after being, you know, really settling in, but she played well, very, very well, good supportive role to her captain. And so Jennison Richards now will take, she don't like to lose. She'll actually cry. Jennison Richards, and that's a good sign, you know.
To see the passion, that's what we need back in our cricket. The Seaview Farm team, I have to place a little blame on them. Not blame, but just a little criticism. I felt in the early part of the partnership they should have been a little tighter when Hector was on strike, trying to avoid giving her those easy singles, and you know, that would have added some more pressure. Maryland probably would have felt he would have had to really play it a little extra harder and could have, you know, given a few more chances, but that's the game. And so Seaview Farm sticking to their guns, deciding to keep it outside the off stump. So now the captain, Trish Phillip, looks like calling in the team. I still believe they should be a little bit tighter to the new batsman. And so it's Jensen Richards. So a lot of adjustment to the fields. Skipper is waving his fieldsmen as Jarvis. And this one is wide, and she's feeling for it outside the off stump and missing their half-hearted appeal there. And so a wide delivery, and she went after it, feeling for it outside the off stump, but came up with nothing but air. Here's Jarvis. This one, and Jensen is forward, put him bat and pad close together and just pushing that into the offside, and so a successful over come to an end there as Alfred Jarvis getting the wicket of Shanisha Hector, as Coach Hughes said, deceiving her with a flight, and she's just lobbing it to the man in the long on position. So ladies and gentlemen, you're watching ACB Caribbean Dave Joseph 35 over competition. We're coming live to you from the Police Recreation Ground. Coach Abdel Hughes and myself in the house bringing you live commentary. We have our cameraman Orden is up there bringing you the ball to ball. Try to track that ball for you there. Mark in the background there, and our two lovely scorers keeping us updated with all the information we need here. And so a lovely day here. So this ball is coming down to the boundary, and Beanie Man is like a slow tractor. I don't even know how to describe Beanie Man other than a slow tractor. Bobbling and hobbling and
that description is need no other.
So it's Winter as he comes into Maryland. And this one is short down the leg side, and Maryland trying to pull it there but missed it, and a wide signal by the umpire. Who are umpires today? I see umpire Paget, Samuel
and Simon,
and Llewellyn. That's Llewellyn Simon.
Yeah.
And Llewellyn Simon. Yeah, this one is nice and full, and Maryland is coming forward, just tapping into the offside. You know, we always have to big up our umpires. They're the one who keeps the game going. Paget is a real stalwart of Parish League, been around, done it, and still going strong as Winter into Maryland. And Maryland is going across the line. Heising that. Can it carry? looks like it's going to drop safely. Just going across the line and not really getting into any position and getting a top edge there. And luckily for him, the ball fell into no man's land and 2 more runs to the scorecard.
Paget played the game pretty well in his day, John. But if we have our time in the end, everything must come to an end. But he played his part on the field, and I was giving back from the umpire standpoint for Freetown.
So it's Winter again as he comes into Marlon, and here's Marlon again swinging across the line and throwing that one to the wide long position and getting a single. So Marlon getting a bit impatient here, looks like to me. Last over, Winter did tie him down a bit, and I guess, as I said, he doesn't want to be bogged down. So Kyochus, I'm going to step out for a little, so I'm going to leave you in a short while to carry the load. You say you have a bat the man hit, so you have a double up. Here we see one of the big airlines coming in, looks like Sunwing, making its approach into the VC Bird International Airport as Winter comes in over the wicket to Richards, and that one is nice and full, and Jensen is just stabbing her bat down on it and hitting it down the ground, so no run there. The captain of Seaview Farm has a challenge. He cannot find a field to put Beanie Man in. He's trying to find every position to hide Beanie Man. Doesn't know where to put him. So another good over there by Winter, almost getting the wicket of Maryland, but at the end of over number 117 for 5, and that's the completion of over number 19. So 19 overs in the bag, Coach Hughes. 20 overs in the bag, 117?
17? Yeah.
117, so 117 for 5. I believe Seaview Farm would have taken that at the start. I believe police would have probably say, hey, we'd like to be 3 wickets down. I think the trump for police now is that their captain is still there. He's basically seen the ball as big as a breadfruit.
And it's a real accomplishment, achievement for the Seaview Farm, who hasn't played cricket for some 35 years, and coming back with the first year now in the semi-finals.
Yeah, that's a real big accomplishment. Trish Phillip has to take a lot of credit. Robert James. Yes, Robert James. I'm sure he must be pretty proud where he is. He played a very significant role into this, and there's some other personnel that really contributed to where this has reached, and so we want to really big them up and give them all the accolades and credit for this achievement.
But really starts with me. It's really started with me and continued by.
Oh yes, you started a program there.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. So Coach Hughes, how could I forget? That's a favorite shot of Maryland. He just likes to wait back and open the face there, and he's coming back for 2, but not a good throw, and so he's making it. But Maryland is stretching it now. That body's going to need some rub down later. Can't let that one come to the mic, ladies and gentlemen. That one is censored. But it's going to be Jarvis coming over the wicket into Maryland, and here's Maryland again opening the face and running it down to a short third man and a single there.
Like he got that shot down pat.
Yeah, he got that shot down pat. He plays that pretty well, and so another single to the scorecard. Seaview Farm wouldn't mind too much of singles, but I know they'd like to get some wicket to try and rein in any.
Yeah, because the 117 from 20 overs for 5 is not a bad score, but just that police play themselves back into the fray, and ball him. Genesis has been bowled, walking all over that, and the off stump been knocked back, and so Jarvis has created some more pressure back on the police team. I was just about to say that that Jennison got an opportunity to bat, but didn't really make good use of it. And so we're watching now 118, 120 for 6, and Cornelius James, or James Cornelius, is going to replace Jennison Richards.
Abdel, we have here, we have Darby. Good afternoon, Derek Benter Darby. Derek Darby Benter, I should say. Get it right. Saying at least he will have an egg for breakfast tomorrow. Somebody got a duck, I guess, so we're talking about that.
It is Chinese.
Chinese, okay. And I want to big up Jaman Roberts. Nice comment, you guys. Right here in a very cold London town watching the cricket. Well, we're not cold down here, Jaman. It's nice and warm. A bit overcast, but you can bet your bottom dollar it's not cold here at all. So nice Antigua weather, sun peeking in and out. But great day for cricket. Sure, you could see a little bit in the background here. And so Jaman is always with us every week.
Yes, every week.
And we want to play big up to Jaman and all our other listeners. And your partner Neville is saying, Abdi, Richards batted in the Willie Keys 178 run chase. So, and bad news is saying Parish League cricket is back. Yes, bad news, Parish League cricket is back. It's about our third week or so of cricket back. And so we are now into the semi-finals of the ACB Caribbean Dave Joseph 35 over competition, and you're watching DNR Construction CV Farm, and they're coming up. They won the toss and they decided to have police bat. So the new batsman there, that looks like Cleve Cornelius.
Yes.
Yeah, so he thinks very highly of his batting as much as he thinks of his bowling, and so he's going to want to make a statement here. He want to stay there with his captain and see how much more runs they can add to this, as Jarvis with other intention comes over the wicket to the left-handed Cornelius, and this one he's driving and is a cut.
Oh, it's a drop.
Is this a drop catch?
Yes, by Trish Phillip.
Straight into Trish Phillip and it came back out. So another chance going down. That one was nicely pitched just outside the off stump, going across the left-hander. And Cornelius could not resist. He went into that aerial drive and it just hit Trish Phillip and fell to the ground. So
now he made a drastic field change after dropping that ball. And so he's now in a ceiling mid off. And then there's a cover. An extra cover went into and a shot well bowled by Jarvis.
Jarvis nicely flighted there. And Cornelius had to come down on that. It wasn't a quick delivery, so he himself could take his time and come down on it, dig it out there. And so at the end of over number 21, the score goes up to 120. 120 for 6. And so Abdel Hughes, I'm going to step out of the commentary booth for a couple of minutes. So I'll leave you to carry on to give our listeners and viewers a description of what's happening here at the police recreation ground.
All right, John, I'll see you whenever you can, and you'll be missed by the listeners, and and me myself, and for Jacob will take over. Yeah. Yeah, there's a little music in the background that is not too pleasant. I hope it's not affecting the listeners. But we're watching Wilson again. This one is hit in the air, down too long off. Will the catch be taken? No, he ran over the ball, and now it's going into the fence of 4. Very, very, very poor by this fielder. All morning he's been making some blunder in the semi-final. Cannot be benefiting to the CV Farm cricket team. He missed a run out earlier. He missed a catch later, and now we run on the ball after the long off fence, and the ball went to the fence before. Very, very, very poor by this young man. And so the team is really been suffering because of all these mistakes being done by him. A ball again out the hit off the other part of the bat, and Jarvis come around and stop on his knees somewhat, but they got a single. He's the son of Benke, who used to play some good cricket for the Liberta team and very good wicket keeper also. But sometimes the apple fall from the tree. You know this. So we're watching Wilson to James. One, he's trying to. There's gonna be some run out here if with James and the captain Maryland, because he likes to run. He and Lashon and Malik. A ball that was tossed up. He tried to work it off his pad, and the ball just stays in front of him. And there's no run. Short ball again. And he make a real mess of it. So 124, 25 for 6. The police batting first. Ball is peeled off the in, fielded nicely by Iverson Joseph, who rolls and effect that good stop. So 125 police batting first in the first semi-finals against the CV Farm. 125 for 6. In the 22 overs, Maryland captain is there on 65. Very good captain's knock. We see innings played by Malik Gerald last week against Newfield, some 89 runs. But he didn't carry on to get his 100. Would Maryland go on to get his 100? Left to be seen. Jarvis, again mixing it up nicely with his slow deliveries. Ball down the leg side. Slow one again, but it rushes into the pad, trying to work it off. It was Maryland, and he misses, and fielded in the foul square region by Phillip, and there is no run. Ball again, same angle, and misses. This time it goes finer, and the keeper run after the ball, and the umpire signal now a leg by. Score 126. Police batting first. CV Farm won the toss and inserted the policemen. And so 6 wicket has lost for the police team. Captain Maryland is on 65. Very good runs. As now we're watching a field change again. So Chis is going to a silly mid off. And you got a long off, a long on. Cover, extra cover. Ball is driven between the gap of extra cover for 4 by James. And the scorer is elated because he's not accustomed to hitting a 4, so he's excited and seeing that. She's not. But 129, the score moves on to. We haven't seen Gobin yet in the bowling. You're watching Jarvis into James, and this one, oh, that's a real blunder behind the wicket there by the keeper. I don't know how that went through the gloves. But probably he's trying to throw the ball back before he even takes the ball, and so it went through. And the captain was trying to steal a cheeky bye, but he was stopped by James. A ball at outside the leg stump. Ball still ricochet passes the keeper. And now 4 by signal by the 4 wide. 4 wide. There's 5 runs and a wide. It's 5 runs and then and a wide. It hits the helmet. Yeah. And that's very poor on the part of the keeper, who's been making the ball just before that was just slipped through the grasp, and then a ball that didn't ball outside the off stump again, and beaten outside the off stump, taken behind the wicket by Mussington. And so this little period could just sneak away from the Silver Farm team if they don't really ball is work off the pad and try to run a single again, but turned back by the captain. And so there is another ball to complete the over. There's 5 ball delivered.
Yeah, they have one more.
The bowler thought that he finishes the over, but he now has to come back to complete his over to bowl that one ball. Score 135 for 6. And is it 23rd over? 135. And the Silver Farm team, like they lost ideas. The captain is wondering who to bowl. But from here and knowing the team, he has quite some option to choose from. Still have Gobin, he still have Ming. So don't know why he's so Jarvis finish. So Jarvis has completed his spell. 7 overs, 2 for 35. This one is hit down the ground by Maryland. Will it beat Lee? Down to a long, come across nicely. And it's Ming, and they run 2. Very good shot played by Captain Maryland. Smart feeling. It's a bit wide, and he comes across and feel it nicely. And they got 2. So 137. Plays this one off the pad. Will it be a run out? Will it be a run out? And James was trying to run in for a single, but Maryland couldn't make it. And he turns him back. And James, in return, get back down there. So it is an easy single. But he lives to fight on to see another day. As Winter into Maryland. Swings. It's coming off the pad. And James still trying to sneak in for a leg by. But Philip come off of the short fine leg region and stop any opportunity in getting a single. 135, the policeman batting first, and coming up against the Sevier Farm cricket team, who hasn't played cricket for some 35 years, and are in the semi-final. The first semi-final being played. This one is played off his pad, and the fielder Lee in the mid-wicket region didn't pick up the ball, and by the time the ball was hitting it to his left, going to his left, is when he reacted, and the ball was ricocheted into the fence for 4. So the score moves on by 4 to 141 for 6. Police batting. Maryland moves up to 60. 71. 71. This one again, his favorite shot. Don't know how he get that ball. Just like he's waiting just that last minute and just open the face down to third man region. And end of the 24th over, scores 141. So we have umpire Jacob in the pavilion box. He'll be giving some remarks as to his view on the game so far. He just stepped out. As it was a bowling change. Kerry Burton, aka Bing, Ming. For the listeners, every person in Antigua has a nickname. So just for those who don't know the birth name, you'll have to call the aka nickname so that someone can understand who we're talking. So Kerry Burton has replaced Jarvis from the pavilion end. He's into James Cornelius when he's clear off the face of the bat trying to run a single. But Maryland has none of this. Fielded in the cover point region by Jarvis, and there is no run. So mid-off, mid-on, extra cover point, short third man, short fine leg, mid-wicket straightish in Chis Phillip, and a deep mid-wicket, and as a field for Kerry Burton, a ball that was pitched on the stump, defended nicely by James Cornelius, and there is no run. 23 overs has been bowled by the Seafarm team so far. Good delivery again, wicket to wicket, and could only defend it by Cornelius, and there's no run. Fielded in the mid-wicket region by Chis Phillip, captain of the Seafarm cricket team. The second semi-final will be played at Freetown tomorrow. Well bowled and well played again against the Mahaiko men and Freetown. And that will be the second semi-final. And the winner from this will play the winner of that second semi-final, the final next week. God spare life. Very well bowled again. Wicket to wicket, very good over so far by Kerry Burton. With number 4 on his back, run away from us. Short and slow, and he swings long before his time, but then still connects. And the ball just rolls gently to the short fine leg fielder, and there's the end of the first maiden bowl by Kerry Burton. So good start in replacing Jarvis, who pick up bowl his 7 overs and got 2 for 35. And so with Maryland, who was already set, that's the real ideal start that Burton will need to give his team, because from that position that the policeman was 41 for 4, and we saw a very good partnership between Shanika Hector and the captain Maryland for some 65 runs, and then There is some quick runs scored between when I think he was so that was a good partnership between Hector and Maryland. And the police, the Silver Farm men come back somewhat in the game by picking up 2 quick wickets. And there's another bowling change. Visual Gobbin is coming from the Hughes Park N. And the first bowler was bowled, signal dead ball because the batsman wasn't ready. And so he's now ready. He's driving the ball back to the bowler and he's dropped. And in frustration, trying to kick the ball. Luckily, he didn't connect. And so this one is hit this one wide of long on and comes around and make a real mess of it. Real mess of it. Is the same guy? Is Lee? That's very poor of Lee. That's not. No, Lee's up there. Lee's up. So that went for 4. And there's some real shabby feeling by the Silver Farm men. Real poor feeling. In the semi-final, you can't give away these type of runs. You got no opportunity, no more opportunity after this to make amends. And That's funny. The keeper is the one who acknowledged a crack on Maryland's bat and pointed out to him, and then he's changing the bat. So the score is 145. Police batting first from 25 overs. We're in the 26 bowling. One 45 Police batting first after some 44 for 4. It was a very good partnership between Shanika Hector and is Shanika or Shanisha? Shanisha. This one is hit in the air. Will it? And it went for 6. Very straight shot being played. It was high in the air. Both long off and long on was coming across, hoping to take the catch, but it went sail over the boundary line for 6. The score now is 151, and Maryland goes on to some 70, 80, 81. This one is tugged into the cow corner region, and the ball goes for 4 again. There's seems this Maryland have something special later from the look of things. And it's been dropped some 5 times, but that's cricket. You got to take the catches when they come your way. So it's now 84. We see Malik Jared got 89 last week against the Newfield team, and the bowler himself can't be upset to no one. He dropped him off the first ball he bowled, and so Maryland is 80 84. The score is 155 from 26 overs for 6 police batting. And so I think the CV Farm men has let the policemen off the hook. Very much so, by some poor feeling and some lack of aggression in the field placement when Shanika was batting. But they get themselves to be blamed. So Chis Phillip, he's gonna have to do some real batting from up front. The wicket is a good batting wicket. The outfield is fast, and so we'll see if we have a game on our hand. 155 for 6. This one is flicked to the mid-wicket region, and they run 1. Baller was just turned down to third man, and Maryland is now on 85. 86 Maryland, and the score is 157 Burton. Baller was in the black hole and digged out by James Cornelius, and he was trying to run a single, but Maryland has none of that. Wide now will be signaled by Paget. On our left, there's a junkyard with all the old cars. If you guys need parts for your vehicle, just to the east of the police recreation ground, there's a junkyard. A ball again that is full in the black hole and being defended by James. And there is no run. And there are numerous of businesses on our left also. And you're watching Burton into ball down the leg side taken by the keeper. Signal again by Paget. After bowling a maiden of the first over ball by Burton, and he's really not doing himself or the team, CV Farm team, justice. Good delivery again, good comeback, and James steers this one into the cover point region, and the good thing that the wicket is still in hand, and they after 44 for 1, they didn't really buckle in. The captain played a real captain's innings, and he's still there. Full ball drive down to the long on off region, and they fielded smartly and chose the ball back into the bowler, and they got a single. The field is now being confused by the left and right. Chis Phillip head is a bit down in the ground because of the position he had the policemen in, and there is some real poor wrapped on the pad, but it's down the leg side. And Ivor Joseph, aka Beanie Man, retrieve it, and they get a leg by. And as the end of the over, the score moves on by 161 for 6 after being 41 for 4. The Silver Farm cricket team could be very dejected. This is the 28th over. Will be bowling. Visual Gubin. This one is tugging to the corner region. Will Burton comes around and save it. No, he doesn't. And so Maryland move on merrily up to 90. And so he surpassed the 89 that Malik got last week. Yeah, this is the highest score so far individually. And so this could be the first century for the season. And what way and game to get it in. And also from the captain. We've been bowled, the ball on the leg side, signal now by Simon. Taken nicely down the leg side by Mussington. In our vision, just ahead of us is the Potters Village. This one has been played into the mid-wicket region, and they ran a single. The Potters Village. Remember in my young days, I could never imagine seeing all these houses, all these old cars, all these businesses in this vicinity. And but now I'm thankful for Spade Life to see how all these places been transformed from shrubs to what it is now. As we watch an appeal, it's turned down by umpire Simon. He's around the wicket to James. A ball that is tossed up again down the leg side, but rushing to the pad, and he asks a question again, but the umpire didn't move. So the score is 167 for 6. The police batting first. The Silver Farm won the toss and asked the policemen to bat. They had them 41 for 4. Right now it's 167 for 6. End of the 28th over. At one time, it looks as though this were a game that the policeman would have chose to lose, but the CV Farm let them off the hook, and then they just take the opportunity that comes their way. And so now they're 167 for 6 from 41 for 4. Lee and Philip opened the bowling spell and bowled the CV Farm into a good position. But then Maryland came out and took the game to the bowlers and put them into a very, very strong commanding position. This one is tugged into the mid-wicket region. Straight is mid-wicket. It goes into the cow corner now for four. Short-ish delivery, not with no pace, and Maryland just tugged it past the straight mid-wicket, goes into the cow corner region for another four. So he goes up to 94 or 95. And so he's a hit away from his first 100 in decades, and maybe his lifetime, I was told, and the first for police for this season. So Burton and this delivery, he defends nicely, and Burton is being cheered on from the long off fence by Lee. It's a good sign to see. $171 policemen. Real good comeback. Very well bowled. Very well played in the end also. Could have seen where the weight of the body was over on the offside, and after playing it, it took him over short gully region, because in getting balance, it's good Yorker, and he lives to fight on. Will he get this first elusive 100? This one is worked off his pad aerially, and coming in off the mid-wicket fence was Zubin nicely, and there's a single, so it goes on now to 96. 96, and the score is 176, 72. 172, the policemen. Very, very good innings. Darren Maryland is on 96. This one is played down to third man with Ivor Joseph catch it. It will, because it's going up a hill and it's holding up, but Maryland is just coming into the non-striker end, where now James is already resting off down into the striking position. Maryland is really, really burnt. All carbon has been. Shanika is at the tip of the boundary to bring some refreshment. He's bowling. Very good delivery by Burton. Good Yorker, and he plays over it. And so the 7th wicket has been lost by the police. So 174 for 7. Maryland is on 96. And 29 over is being bowled. So a very good ball bowled by Burton, who claimed the wicket of 173. 74.
174.
So we're watching Lashon, who plays James. The score, police have a really, really good comeback. 140-74, and they were 41 for 4. It was a very, very good partnership played by Shanik Hector and Maryland. And he is now on 96 hit away. And up to this time, we haven't seen a cow corner being placed in blocking up that area where he's been scoring a lot of runs. I've seen this blunder by captains all season. The field, now he's putting the field into the cow corner region. And I've seen it too often that the captain is not very proactive, or the captains are not very proactive. They allow too many runs to score in that region where runs has been scored. And that's a region where, if you recall, the Parish League players will score into, because they will tug the ball a lot into that region. But they chose to wants to look good in field placement instead of doing what is being effective. As we were watching Maryland cut this one, well, tugs it. I thought it was cut, but he tugged it down to the long off region and they got a single. So he moves on by 1 to 97. As we are watching the new batsman now taking his strike, and he'll be facing up to Wizard Gobin. Wide. This is the pressure being placed on the CV Farm men. Well ball. LaShawn Bernard has defended this one, aka Bullet. And when you look around the CV Farm cricket team, probably Chis Phillip is the only one who has played in this level of competition. In semi-final, close to final. Maybe a ball that was outside there, so maybe Philip, maybe and Joseph also, maybe with Mahaiko, but only 3 who have played this level, and so it really takes a toll of the players. Even the keeper look very drained. Ball is steered down to a short third man by LaShawn, and they run a single. End of the over, and LaShawn will be on strike, so he's still on 97. So the CV Farm men who really had the game in their hands and really let it slip. This is the 31st over we'll be bowling. 31st, now we'll be bowling. And the score is 177. What a comeback by the policemen. 97 in Maryland, captain is still there. Lasha. Yeah. LaShawn, who's been stifled a bit, just as James Cornelius was. They like to run between the wicket, but Maryland is not that type of player. No. Good delivery again by Burton, and defended by LaShawn, and there's no run. Fielded by Burton. So the score is still 177, and we're in the 31st over. Ball wicket to wicket. Ball is right there to to score off, but he chose to defend and stay in there with the captain is much more important than to go helter skelter. I don't think he has that in him. He's more of a runner than a basher. A baller started off some trying to steer it, misses, taken behind the wicket by Mussington, and there's no run. So the CV farm men looking around, who does they have to score to chase these runs? It's a lot on Tris Phillips' shoulder, but cricket is a baller is sorry off stump, and no runs taken behind the wicket by Mussington. Good delivery again and defended nicely equally, and as the end of another maiden over ball by Burton. That will be second maiden. So 177 police batting for 7, and Maryland captain's knock. He is on 97. Some refreshment now is being had on the field. A real poor feeling was done by the CV farm men, and has been told all season the feeling is very poor. But they managed to get themselves into the semi-finals. So it's a plus for them, and if they could get in there with poor feeling and lack of penetrating bowling, they just need to know where they fall short and work on that aspect of the game for the next competition, which will start, I believe, next Sunday. Mark? Saturday. Next Saturday will be the final, and the venue is left to be desired to announce. As we watch Philip back in the attack, he opened the bowling, and he has 2 more overs. With all his experience now to Maryland, this one is dabbed down to a wide third man, and he's coming back for 2, and now he's on 99. No. Where the one came from? No, he was 97 yards from me last. 99, yeah. So he's now 1 away from this elusive 3-figure. He wants to work off this pattern. Yes, he get it. And that's Maryland first century, the first 100 of the and he look like he's coming back for 3. He's really running for his run, and now his head is in the air, taking a deep breath, running to the non-striker, and brilliant innings played. Now his brilliant innings played by Maryland. Captain's knock. He's raising his hands and the bat in his hands now to the air, and a victorious raise. Brilliant innings. After 44 for 1, and was drawn by Shanique Hector, and really revived the innings. Very brilliant partnership between them both, who were captain in their own right. A ball was nicked off the pad, taken down the leg side, and smartly by Mussington, and there is no run, and the score is now 182. 182 for 7, and 3 more overs to go. And this one is played down now for Steve. That was a brilliant save by this young man who's been making a lot of blunders in the field. And there's 2 for Lashon. And so the score moved up to now to 182. After 100 being fought 184, sorry, after being 41 for 4. A tremendous partnership being played by between Brilliant again, saved down to a third man region, and they ran a single. The partnership was between Shanisha Hector and Maryland. Football outside the off stump by Philip, and Maryland misses. It was outside the off stump. His foot was out down the side and swinging through the bat, misses, and then he shout, wishes that he could have connected for some runs, but he misses, and the score remains on 184 for 7. They're in search for 12 men for the captain, because but he looks like he's been rejuvenated after being his second breath. You know, he's burned off that carbon, so he's ready to go and mark. Yes. That was very surprising after he was jogging long ones and twos. Yeah. But it's a very, very good 100. Very, very good 100 for personally himself and the team. As you watch Burton again in a very good spell. Ball outside the off stump. And the umpire allows this one to go through. Probably he's tired. We end the 34th. Played nicely. Burton, not bowling too badly, apart from some wides that he bowled in the third over. Ball is on his hip, trying to work by Lashon, but misses. Come around from behind the stump is Mussington, and there is no run. A very good delivery again. Could this be? The fielder there was sleeping somewhat because the ball was just stopped in the air, and he was sleeping, and if he was a bit sharper and ready, he could have erected a run out, but Maryland got in. Now there's a cow corner about 3/4 away from the fence for Maryland. This one is swinging an inside part of the bat, and it goes into the mid-wicket fence of 4. We're looking at for more of a cow corner mid-on area, but it loses its shape, and the ball comes off in the inside part of the bat and goes for 4. So Maryland moves on by 4 to 106. 109, and the score moves on to 189. What a comeback by the policemen. The one is stayed in the cover point region, and a single, and Maryland Mussington make mess of a ball that he should have taken easily, what was thrown in by the fielder. And at the end of the over, so at the end of the 33rd over, the score now is 190 for 7. This is the highest score that the policemen have scored after being in the deepest predicament in for the season. What a comeback. And it all hinges on the partnership between Shanisha Hector and Maryland. And Hector went for some 16 runs. No, Hector 22. And Maryland goes on to score his that elusive 100. And very, very good innings. And so you could say that, and we know that cricket is a game of glorious and uncertainty, but we could have said that that partnership and by extension the innings but partnership between Shanika Hector and Maryland, an extension by his innings, battered the Save Farm team out of the game. Ball that is rushing off the pad of Maryland, and they didn't run. So the experienced Philip is bowling his last over, his 7th over. It's from 5 steps to Maryland, and he backs away from the line of the ball and dabs it. One of his favorite shots. Somehow he hit the ball, I don't know. And there was a no ball being bowled by the first no ball is being bowled by to the right band, who really cannot maximize unless it come off inside edge. So it's not that type of batter. But Maryland, who could have, really stepped into it. But we'll see how Lashon respond to a free hit. Ball is just trickles down to a short third man, and there's no run. So he didn't score off of the free hit that was offered. And there's no run. So the CV4 men are being very dejected after they could say they have accomplished. Ball so the off stump pushed by foot was nowhere close to a ball, just not far from the outside part of the off stump, and beaten behind outside and taken behind the wicket by Mussington. They could say they have accomplished some feat of, a ball that is just given like before. Ball that was pitched up and not reaching out. And Philip has gotten his 3rd wicket. Not pushing out to the ball. And rushing into the pad. And what? And Lashon goes for leg before. So policemen lose the 8th wicket. When I saw when I saw Connor Barlow was running on the wicket, I really thought he was looking to just get some blood pumping, not realizing he's playing. But everything will be so easy because the captain has played himself into a winning position, so there will be no pressure on Bartley. So, CV Farm chase 178 and 1, but this will against whom? Yes, I think so. But yes. Yes. A ball that was wrapped on the pad of Barkley again, and the umpire said no. And so Philip completing his 7th over. Again, the ball is rushing the pad and no appeal. Umpire said no. End of the over. At the end of the 34th over. End of the 34th over, where The last and final over is to be bowled by Lee. This is the 31st. This is the 35th. We'll be bowling now.
Yes.
So we're witnessing the final over being bowled by Kerry Burton to Maryland, a wide Yorker. I believe it would be a wide if he'd been left alone, but you could see the intention now that he is going at everything. Last ball, last over. So there's a change of ball. The ball has some torn areas, and the umpire changed the ball. So we have 5 more legal delivery. This one is swung nicely through the wide mid wicket for 4 by Maryland. Captain is really putting some icing now on the cake. The captain's knock has already been done. Some icing on the cake is given the police team. And if the civil farm men need some icing, they can partake of also. Yeah, you could see the dejection in the men on the field. Now, after the 41 for 4 and the Silamas, some 196, and with 4 more legal deliveries to go. Well bowled, and the ball it was missed behind, missed by Maryland. And all the ball, you know, that will be going into the cow corner region. Maryland has no strength to go to the cover unless it's a cut shot. He's going to tug it. You have to prove me wrong. As Burton into Maryland, tugs again, and he's off the toe of the bat. He's calling for 2. He's calling for 2. Somebody's going to fall. Somebody must fall. And And they now get the two, so he's going to be a run out. Oh, still make a mess of it. Maryland, the ball was coming in from the long on fence, bouncing in front of the keeper. He loaded over his head, trying to get it, and trying to get a run out. But the two big lunch kit men got in the end. This one is swung into the mid-wicket region, and they get a single. And I know that's where all the ball will be going. 199, the policemen. That was the last ball? Oh. Well, that's the over. And so 199, the... well, they both... So let me just run through the score for you. The policeman lost the toss and was asked to bat. Jones, he got 8, caught by Chis Phillip. Caught behind, ball by Egbert Phillip for 8. Malik Gerard, he was caught off Lee for 16. Damon Valentine, he was caught behind of Lee. Derek Maryland, he was not out on 118 after the police was 41 for 4, and he was joined after that was when he get to the crease. Then Neville Nicholas, he didn't trouble the score. Then he was joined by Shanisha Hector at the score 41 for 4, and they put on some 63 partnership. And Shanika was caught Bowl Jarvis for 22, and Jennison Richardson, she didn't trouble the score after she joined the captain, and then he was joined by James Cornelius. He was bowled for 6 by Burton, and then LaShawn was a bowl leg before Burton for 4, and Bartley, he was not out, none. So 199 the policemen, given the CV Farm team 200 runs to win. What a comeback. Very, very, very good comeback from captain and a knock. That's a captain knock of his lifetime. 118 not out. And the the CV Farm man gonna have to really put down the head. They scored some 207 for the season so far, but they had some firepower in their lineup. But Chis is gonna have to really put down his head and play some one of his innings that he normally plays, like for Pickets. In his time, he scored quite a few hundreds for Pickets. Today is gonna require one of those knocks, and so the bowling for CV Farm is Egbert 7 overs 3 for 26, rolling back the time. Emora Lee 2 for 44. Alfred Jarvis 2 from 7 overs. Lee bowled 5 overs, and Jarvis bowled 7 overs 2 for 35. Winter 7 overs for 40. Burton, he bowled 6 overs for about 18, 21, 24, and Gubin bowls 3 overs for 23 runs. So that's the score. 199, 200s for the CV Farm to get for victory in the first semi-finals. And just a reminder that this has been sponsored by ACB Caribbean Bank, and we're witnessing the first semi-final Dave Joseph 35 over limited over competition. The second semi-final will be played tomorrow at Freetown, and they'll be coming up against the Mahaiko cricket team. So whoever is the winner of this first semi-final will be coming up against the winner of the second semi-finals. Okay, so we're back, and Seaview Farm will be in pursuit of 200 runs to win this first semi-final against the Police team. And Valentine, as usual, will open the attack in delivering from wide of the crease, and the first ball being bowled, and there's no run. So Maryland, who has gotten the first 100 of the competition, and he got it into a semi-final against the Seaview Farmer, 180 not out. And the first runs has been scored by Mussington for Seaview Farm in pursuit of 200 to win the first semi-final. Seaview Farm are really under the gun here. Maryland got 180 not out. After when he went in was 44 for 3. And so it's straight down to a white third man. And they're coming back for 2. So end of the first over. 3 without loss. Seaview Farm in pursuit of 200. For victory. So it looks as one time that the policeman would have lost the game. 41 for 4. But from a brilliant partnership between Shanisha Hector, the captain of the female Leeward Island female team, and the captain Maryland of the police team, some 63 runs. And then he continues his innings and getting 118 not out. As we watching now, Shanisha Hector will be opening the bowling. This one is in the black hole and driven to a wide shot mid-on and by Mussington, and there's no run. Bartley is very round in their slip, like a ball. Swan, and he dives and dropped on his lunch kit. And the ball runs down to third man. Yeah. I wonder if he can get up. Oh, he does. No, he's dusting off the dust off his hands. Like it's taking forever. And so there's some competition with the slip and the keeper. Hey. And the ball him. Shanika Hector, brilliant delivery. Ball was pitched on the off stump, just doing a little back, coming back and take the side of the half stump and the bales was shattered. And the CV farm is really in some. It's bad. So the CV farm men. Are in pursuit of 200 to win 4-1. He has a really bad day in the outfield and it continues in the middle. He goes without, he scored 2? 3? His dad won't be too pleased. His dad was a very good keeper, goalkeeper for the Liberta football team and a very good wicket keeper. A very good wicket keeper and an open bat for Liberta. You know, they say that the apple don't fall from the tree, but this one roll away from the tree when it drops. Chase has got to have to really roll back the time. I know when he played for Pickets, he scored quite a few hundreds for Pickets. But this is years after. It's a new book. It's a new page you gotta write on. You can't look back on. As we watch Shanisha for delivery, and this one is being played. It's going to run out. Oh, feel it nicely by Malik in the covers. Just dabs it to the fielder and run without. If it really hits, it'll be a goner. But ball hit and bunks over the stump, and Mussington lives to fight as he watches Shanika, good length, good area, and he defends nicely. And there is no run. There's a third man in Neville. That seems to be his favorite field. And there's a square leg in Malik. Jones is at mid-on. There's a mid-off in James Cornelius. And slip and keeper is too roly-poly. Drives through the cover between goalie and cover point. It goes now into the fence of 4 by Mussington. And they retrieved now by so Chess Phillip now is in strike. There's a deep mid wicket in Malik. Valentine is into Tris. Ball on the leg side and no appeal, but umpire didn't move. Bartley in the slip is very boisterous. Mid off, mid on. Full ball down the leg side. That's bread and butter for Chis. He just works it off his pad for 4. And the score now is 13-1. So Chis now moves up to 5. After steal a cheeky single. And if there was a direct hit, the Mustang will be running straight to the pavilion. But good feeling by Malik, and flicks this off the pad again. But it won't go into the fence this time. It doesn't have enough leg. But they come back for 2. And Jones now is throwing it back to Maryland, who takes it textbook style. Hands pointing, fingers pointing up in the air, and takes it. And so there's 2. And now the short fine leg is coming to more backward of square. Coming more to backward of square now. And then I think that's a good area for Chis. He plays the ball in that area, but he's very unorthodox also. This one is hit back down the ground, fielded by the keeper. The bowler, and there's no run. Score moves on by 2-15. Chis is on 7. He has to really. This one is punch and beats Shanisha Hector. It will go into the fence just about now for 4. A good shot by Chis Phillip. Punch off the back foot. And on this field, we get value for shot. It will run. At Freetown field, it will run and then stop because of the loose nature of the soil up there. And so you have to make certain you run when you hit the ball at Freetown. But here you get value for your shots. Okay, I was told that it was rolled this morning. But it's normally a quick out feel. Valentine, and he's really running on the wicket. I don't know how the umpire is not warning him. He's running, delivering right in front of the stumps. Well, so the score moves on with 4-21. 19. Thought it was 17, but it's 15. 19. The CV Farm in pursuit of 200. For victory. Oh, it's Mustang money. Shanisha Hector from the Heroes Park End into Mussington. A short ball outside the off stump, and he cuts and fielded by Valentine in the gully region. The ball ricochets off his hand, and they ran a single. So the field is now changed for the left-handed Chis Phillip. Third man, a slip. Gully, cover point, cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And the square leg drives this one nicely over the head of mid off. And it will go into the fence just about now for 4. Nice, juicy half volley. And Chis just lands on it. And he got 4. So CV Farm total now moves on to 24, and we're in the fourth over. I like the outlook of the police recreation facility. You got some 6 pitches in the net. You got 2 concrete strip right in the direct middle, and then there are 2. No, 6, there's 8. There's 4 on the left side of the concrete strip. Is now it might seem light. 1, 2, 3 on the left and 2 on the right. This one is signal wide, and 2 concrete strip in the middle. So Shanisha Hector, the captain of the female Leeward Island female cricket team, is opening the ball for the police. Civil Farm in pursuit of 200 runs to win. Chis has got to really have to pull all the stops out to come up trump today to get into the final. There's nothing impossible with cricket. I've seen worse things happen, so police cannot sit down on their laurel. I never believed I could have seen Maryland make 100 in this condition, but he did. But and he's jumped. Brilliant attempt by Senior. And the ball came out in the end. Good attempt by the, is that his right name? Senior. Very good attempt, but as he landed, the ball came out of his grasp. We've seen an attempt just like that for Civil Farm fielder also right in that area, and the ball came out of his grasp just about the right time. And Chis got a ball that he has playing, his head is all over on the offside. So you got to really watch the ball long, because he favored the onside. So he tends to lean over his head, so the weight will take him over onto the offside. So he had to really watch the ball long in under the bat if he's going to get some bat in it. But it was a brilliant attempt by Senior, but Chis Philip lives to fight. We've seen Maryland live 5 times. So good delivery and defended nicely by Chis Philip, and fielded by the bowler Shanisha Hector, walking back like a bodybuilder, like a mean business. But Chis, in all his experience, and no doubt he has it in the back of his mind, he needs business, and he means business. Shanisha, this one is driven over the top, and it will go all the way over long off for 6. And Chis had to really stick there to the end for any fight to come of this game of the Civil Farm. Score moves on by 6-2. 20-31. So Civil Farm 31 from 4 overs. And so they're going above the run rate. But it's to stay on that track to get to that 200 runs. Mussington got to play that supporting role of his captain, Chis Phillip. Swanee's cutting, pulling away from a ball outside the off stump and misses, and there is no run. Extra cover and defense. Cover point to cover. Drive this one down to mid on, and a single. You see Jennison really hustling from back out of cover point to cover point because of the left hand right hand combination. And that shows that the understanding of the field, because we've seen that little hesitation in the Silver Farm feeling when the left and right combination were batting. There was waiting, wondering where to go. But looking good to see from Jennison. This one is driven down to mid-off now. James fumbled somewhat, but they ran a single. Easy single. And there go again. Jennison is really running from cover point to cover point. And Lashon is back chucking out to the mid-wicket region. And Malik stays on the cover, extra cover fence. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. This one is driven nicely down the ground, and they're taking on the arm of Neville, and they get it quite easily. So Neville now is back chucking now out of the lawn for Chis Phillip. Mid-wicket now for he's coming around in Malik. Silly mid off and silly mid on, and Chivin no said chase, and there is no run. So the first semi-final is on the way, and oh, this ball is hitting the inside part of the bat, and it trickles down to a short fine leg region, and they ran a single. So Chis retained the strike. The end of the 5th over, the score moves on by 1 to 35. So they're scoring 7 runs and over. And give you a 30 seconds description of what happened.
Yeah, before. So
After?
So don't run the commentary yet.
Okay.
Maybe 20 seconds.
Okay.
So we have some viewers want the ball by and we want someone in the
A ball that was pitched up outside the off stump, and Chis Phillip driven it through the grass of Malik, and come around from the mid-off region was Jones, and they ran a single. And so the Silver Farm team now is 36 for 1, and we're in the 6th over. So that's the 2 that was just had by Mussington. The ball was peeled off the outside part of the bat, went through cover point and cover, and they ran two. So the CV Farm men are scoring. They're up with and above the strike rate, and so if they could stay there, we could have a game in our hand. So Shanika into Mussington, very well played. The ball outside the off somebody picks up the line, and I was saying all games I've seen that the batsmen had come into the ball, and we've seen just now that Mussington gets there, pick up the line, leave it, and it was a pleasant to the eye. So it was a very well good ball bowled by Shanika, and equally well played by Mussington. As we watch Shanika at the top of a run into Mussington once again. A ball outside, it's a wide signal, but Mussington was pulling away from the ball, and so he really couldn't get anything on the ball, but the ball went through to Maryland anyway. A wide signal, the field placement, the third man, a slip, cover, gully, cover point, cover, extra cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a square leg. As we watch Shanika. Ball that didn't connect smartly, fielded by Lashon, backed up Richards, coming out of the cover point region. Ball was short outside the off stump, but because Mussington is pulling away his body from the ball, he can't get enough into the shot. So it really just bounced and trickled out into the cover region, and it was misfield by Jennison, but backed up by Lashon in the cover. As we watch the final, ball is pitched on the stump and defended. It's a no ball signal? No? Or is it a signal? Oh, he's probably signaling to the umpire two more. This time he stays into the shot and he connects and hit it over the infield, and he gets four. Whereas the few balls before, he's pulling away his body from the ball and could not get enough into it, and he stays with it, and he collects four, and the CV Farm team collects four. So this total now moves on by 4 to 43 for 1, and as the sixth over being bowled. So they're going 7.1 runs and over. Or 7 runs and over. That's going by the CV Farm team. So we're watching Valentine will continue from the pavilion in. Overcast condition. The sun is not out, but it's bright enough. And we will witness 100 not out, 118 not out by Captain Maryland. That really puts the policemen in a good stance. 118. 118. Not out, that's it. That's it. 118 by the Captain Maryland not out. And the score for police is very elated. A ball always tossed up. You know, Valentine is not really turning the ball. He bowls from an angle. And so if you don't play the angle, you could be in trouble. Shortish delivery, which he turns just out the face of the bat, and Lashon runs in aggressively from very close and really pelt it. Now he's saying he should underarm it. And Maryland, who was already exhausted, and now he's getting beaten up by his own teammates. But the scorer said that's no problem, I'll deal with that. So cuts nicely, fielded brilliantly by Jennison. in the cover point region. Good cricket. Shortish ball, and he stays with it and cuts it, but Jennison feel it nicely in the cover point region, and there was no run. Bit chilly. Hits nicely by Mussington. Leans back somewhat, but it will beat. No, yes, it does now. He gets his hand in it, but it still rolls into the fence for 4. A good shot by Mussington. He should really lean some more into it, but he gets enough for the ball to still roll out of the hand of Malik and go into and hits. Just rest on the rope for 4. So, as I said, Valentine doesn't really turn the ball, and since that 5 for 19 at Freetown, good shot played, and it's brilliantly taken by James Cornelius. A ball that was hit away from to his right, and he lunged to it and takes it. Mussington just after getting a 4, instead of playing for a single, going for glory again, and Sylvia Farm has lost his 2nd wicket. He goes for 16 at a crucial stage where the captain, Chis Phillip, needs him to stay with him for at least 15 overs to really put some pressure on the policemen. Didn't really hit connects cleanly. It hits more the inside part of the bat, and but James Cornelius takes a smart catch. And I must add that he's not a normal consistent catcher. Things are happening for the policemen. Yeah, Marlon got dropped 5 times, and he carry on. So, and James is taking catch that is not is in his forte, but he takes it anyway. And Mussington is in the pavilion. So Gobin.
Is visual? I can't see.
So Visual Gobin has replaced Mussington. Somebody's got to stay with Chis, and Chis himself have to stay there for Save Farm to make a game of this with the policemen. They're chasing 200 for victory to play against the winner of the 2nd semi-final, where where Mahaika will be coming up against Freetown at Freetown, and they will be showing the game live. So stay tuned, and ball outside the off stump again, and the end of the over, and so the score 48 for 2, and that's 7 overs ball. So Police has played 5 games so far and then won all 5. And they're seeking to win their 6 in a row in the first semi-final. But see before me have different thoughts. James Cornelius, who have just taken a catch that is not in his forte, but he is now gonna replace Hector, who's going out on the long on fence, and Jones is coming off of the long off fence into to mid off. And so he got a long on mid wicket. A bit straightish on the fence, and they got back of the square, a slip, cover point, cover, and short extra cover, and a slip. Plays nicely down the ground, got Chase Phillip. Will it beat Shanisha Hector? She comes around and she fumbles, but they will only get 2. Nicely pushed down the ground. Just hold his shape and just. So they run 2. The score now is 48. 50. I don't know what I heard about involved with the ball connects, and James Cornelius who is a bowler who thinks that all the ball is a wicket. He's very animative, yeah. But cool condition, and he's enjoying it. As Chis, this one is stroked nicely down the ground too. Long on there, running back for 2, taking a shot. No, Zubin is turning back. Chase, he's the one who called and then turned in the middle. Oh, this could be disaster for CV Farm. But I think the run was on because they could have chanced the arm. But he tends to play it safe. But he's gonna look and see the weak link. When it's on the Shalisha hand is not that powerful from that distance, and they could challenge that, but again they're the one who has to be ready for that challenge as we watch James Cornelius. Defended easily by Zubin, and he is Cornelius is saying, hit man, hit, like you want to play how he wants him to play. This one is stroked into a short end of the over, and they obviously have some form of past relationship. Mahaiko again. So the score is 51 from 8 overs. So they tends to be japping back from the run rate in which they were going. They're still on par. Ball that is pitched on the off stump, just about outside the off stump, and it pushes into the short extra cover hand, Isha. And the ACB2 day competition has kicked off today. Again, this ball is stroked nicely down the ground and cut off before he could get to the mid-off region. Isha Hector from the extra cover, short extra cover position. And there's no run. 51 for 1, CV Farm. They're chasing 200, want a good delivery outside the off stump. The ball has just might drift away from Chis, the left-hander, and he pushes, and Maryland seems to think that he was in business a while ago. And it's a good line, good length. He defends and no run. 5 good pressure ball being bowled by Valentine. For Silver Farm's sake, I hope Chess don't allow this one to be the one that bursts the bubble. Short and cuts through the cover region for 4. After the final of the 5 good deliveries, he eased the pressure by giving a 4. And Chess took advantage. Play a very good cut shot for 4. So the score 55 from 9 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. Cool condition at the police recreation ground. Tomo has done yeoman's service for ball is peeled off the outside part of the bat and what's his name? Little big what's his name? Bartley roly-poly is rolling after the ball going out the third man. And they ran 2. Off the bat, the edge of Gubin. There's a lot of masseuse will be taking place after this game for the policemen. James Cornelius giving a lot of bantering to Gobin. That's all part of the game. Well played by Gobin. And Cornelius want to know if he can score. But the bottom line, he's still there. And he can only make runs when you're at the crease. Played nicely again, well forward, watching the ball all the way. And the end of the over, some 2 runs scored. The score now is 57 from 10 overs. I think when Mussington gave away his hit there, that really put some pressure on the batting lineup itself, because the batting is not that deep. And so Chis would have need all the help that he could get. Ball that is swung off the pads. That's his bread and butter shot. Because of this head is always seemed to lean on the off stump. Anything is on the leg side, he's picked it up nicely over the years. He don't flick it, he whipped it. And he does that there and he got 4. Hit it over the head of Jones. I think Maryland, the fielder has been placed in a good position. He's a bit out of the circle now. And so Chis will have to be more, well, he's going back. Chickwater away from the fence. He's back of the square region. And that's the strength of Chis. He hits the ball down the ground good to, but he won't resist those shots. As we saw earlier, this one is stroked down the ground to mid-off and fielded smartly by James Cornelius. And there's no run. Just watching this one that's been bowled outside the off stump. Bit wide-ish, but not wide enough to be called a wide, and smartly leave it alone because he realized that Sevier Farm really needs him. This one is working it off the pad, and Zubin was on his heel, and just played it and run immediately, but Zubin wasn't walking, but he has to hustle in. But Senior didn't feel it cleanly, so they got a single. Score moves on by 1 to 6-2, and we're in the 11th over. Not bad going by the Sevier Farm men, but just gotta have to know that this is the day that he's gonna have to play the innings of his life. He has played some brilliant innings for the Pickett's Crushers in the past, but this is a new leaf, and it's got to prove all its worth today. And this one is hit over the short cover head, and they run a single, fielded without a bubble this time by Nicholas. Neville. End of the 11th over. $63 for 2 is Sevier Farm. Chase trying to get 200 to win in the first semi-final. And there's this Dave Joseph limited over competition is being sponsored by ACB Bank, Caribbean Bank, and this one is peeled off the outside part of the bat again, and they're coming back, and here is the roly-poly Barkley again. Is down to third man, and they run 2. Now he's holding his hamstring. It's only 2. As we're watching, in the pursuit of 200 to win, the Sevier Farm is now 65 for 2, and in the 12th over. This one is tapped back down the ground to James Cornelius, who having a laugh at Zubin. Zubin is batting very sensibly, and not giving in to the bantering of James Cornelius. And so the mid-on, well, it's Chickwater away from the boundary. And then mid-off, then you got short third man, you got a cover point cover, a deep extra cover on the fence, mid-wicket, Chickwater away from the fence again, and this one is stayed into the cover region, and they run an easy single. There's all back up by Malik Jared. For a moment, it looks like it will be an overture, but Malik was smartly backing up James. And so they ran a single, and that's the end of the 12th over. The score is now 66. 66 from 12 in pursuit of 200 for victory. We've seen some poor feeling display by the Silver men in the field earlier. And as a result, they allowed the policemen to amass 199 runs. I think it's the most runs that the policemen have scored so far for the season. And there's a bowling change. Is Lashon Barnard. Will be replacing Valentine from the pavilion end. There's a long on. There's a short ball down the leg side and misses by Zubin. And now it's rushing to the pad, trying to hit the ball too hard. And they run a leg by, signaled by Paget. Now he is around the wicket, left arm. He was around the wicket, now to the right hand, and his left arm over the wicket to Chis Phillip. So there's a long on the mid off. Shot on. Probably the ball was a bit slower than Chis thought, and it came back a bit, and he almost hit it back into his hands, the bowler's hand. This one is driven down the ground and misfield partially by Lashon Barnard, and fielded cleanly by James Cornelius. Oh, very well bowled by Barnard. A ball that was tossed up, and he uses his feet trying to get to the pitch of it, but it was slow, and it bounces and take the edge of Chase Phillip, and he there ran two. The ball went out the third man, and Bartley is really doing some work that he never desired to do today. But the policemen are short, and he filled the gap in, and the gap is a little too big for him. So the score moves on by 2. Shot again, this ball. Ball short, and it bounces, and he cuts and takes the outside edge and hit the keeper's glove. And luckily for Chis, it didn't go in. And so now we have a slip in Barkley, moving from a wide-ish or a gully he was. Well played by Chis this time. Gets forward, smuggle the spin, and the end of a good over by Lashon Barnard, a.k.a. Bullet. Another Mahaiko pass player. Score now is 69 in the from 13 over, chasing 200 and 200 to win. Chasing 200 for victory in the first semi-final. The second semi-final will be played at Freetown. Mahaiko against Freetown, and so next Saturday hopefully the final will be played, and then Sunday the next competition will start. This one is played as an appeal by the policemen, but the umpire says no, and Malik is darting in from a shortage mid wicket, a gun, a ball that is outside the off stump, and Zubin is really playing into the hands of James Cornelius, who's having a field day. Not getting a wicket, but he's enjoying his day. Sun is not shining. Overcast the ball, which he plays to the shortest mid wicket, trying to run again. But Malik is like a cat in the shortest region, whether it's in the cover or the mid wicket. So there's some spurt, maybe 118 that the captain has made, has really put some spring in the steps of Malik Jared. He's normally a fielder that feelers feel out on the boundary, but he's in short today. A ball which is outside the off stump, kept low, and the misses by Zubin, and taken nicely behind the wicket by Maryland, and there's no run. Again, Maryland, he played a captain innings earlier. He get in. That was a hard out. Now, umpire raises that finger. That was a hard one. But at the same time, I don't know where he's going. Again, the pressure got to him, trying to get away from the end. And he was running when there was no run. And so Zubin goes run out for 6. And that's the Lee batting. The batting is really, really shallow. And so that's why they needed, that's why they really needed Mussington to stay there to at least to this period in the game, and then Zubin would have come and joined Chis, but yeah, that's Lee. So the score now is 69 for 3. CV Farm chasing 69 for 3. Chasing 200 for victory. So the CV Farm men are really staring on the barrel. If Lee's batting that high, there's real trouble. But they have accomplished a ball outside the off stump, and plays and a miss, but there's no. So that's the end of the 14th over. 69. This one is hit. To the cover point to extra cover region, and they run through by 2 by Chis Phillip. I think Bullet is Lashon is a bit slow, and so Chis and getting bunks. This one is swung down to the backwater point region. Normally that will be a 4, but then they have this one is hot hitting the air to Jenison and is taken. Lee goes. So that's 4 wicket down for the CV Farm men. 71. And some real trouble here for CV Farm. So the policemen are basically in the driving seat. And Lego's caught at the cover by Jenison Richards. He didn't score. So 71 for 4. 72. 72 for 4. CV Farm chasing 200 for victory. I think the excitement in the appeal, I think the umpire got caught up, and from the look of thing, the batsman was back in the crease when the stump was hit. So we're watching. This one is short down the leg side, swings and a miss. And taken nicely by Maryland, and there's no run. So the sun is seeking to come out, but it's still overcast. This one is hit through the corner region, and that's an easy 4. This guy is a batter that would just play nonchalantly, so whether he get it or don't get it, the score now is 77 for 4. CV Farm chasing 200 for victory after police had mustered 199. Maryland on innings of his life, 118 not out. Wonderful captain's knack. Shanisha Hector also played. A ball is down the leg side, trying to swing. Is the batsman, he misses, but Bartley is after it. It's like something's rolling up a hill instead of rolling down. And they're running back now for 3. And they're looking to run for 4, but the ball is on its way. So they run 3, and that's a wide. Now signal. Score moves on to 81. CV Farm in pursuit of 200 for victory. As Lachon, Barnard to Tris Phillip. This one is hit nicely down the ground. For 4. 1 bounce over the rope. And some 12 runs so far has come from the over. So it's a matter of staying there. And the wicket is good. The wicket is good to bat on, and the outfield is quick. And we see a field of change of field, long off. He's now back on the fence. This one is swung backward of square. So widest long long leg area, and Chis now is coming back for two. And they get it easily. And end of Barnard over. So the score now is 87. 87 for 4. CV Farm in pursuit of 200 for victory. Nice cool condition, nice cool breeze blowing across from east to west. The sun is just peeking out, and this is nice afternoon for the lawmen to be out in the field. Not enough penetration of the heat coming out to take out the energy, and after that 100 scored by the captain would really ignite them from 41 for 4. This one is swung, and now his leg before. And now is the upset over what? I don't know, because the shot wasn't even a describable shot. He just watches the ball and trying to just play with it, but the ball kept a bit low and rushed it into the pad. And so Silver Farm lost their 5th wicket. As Schuss leans on his bat. Very disappointed by that performance. Wondering who's... Wow, just told by the score that Tris is on 50 out of 80, score of 87. Wow. Tris, so he likely could get 100 also. But someone need to stay with him. And for the from the look of the top or the batters to full following, I'm wondering who is able to stay with him. Let's hope that Kerry could. Kerry Burton. Let's hope that Kerry could give him a little cameo. A ball again that was keeping low. Probably played the bat, but it rushed into the back pad also, but probably it hit the inside part of the bat and the umpire didn't move. Now the field is being adjusted. Long off and long on is coming in for Kerry. This one is driven down to a mid-off region and they run a single. Now the long mid-off and mid-on going back out to long off and long on. Then still there's a mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket in the fence. There's a deep cover on the boundary. There's a backward of square. There's a short mid-wicket, slip, cover point, and a short extra cover in Jennison. And this one is swung just in front of Nichols, and they make a meal of it, and it goes into the fence of 4. Oh, it's bowling. Chase is playing all over it. Chase has just played all over it, and there goes the hope of CV Farm. When you hear that timbre, and we're seeing some dancing up here from the police corps. I've never seen some so excited. Wow. Just give away that 100 that was staring him in his face. The wicket is a very good batting wicket. But he goes, and I could go out on the limb and say there goes the hope of Sevier Farm. So Chase goes for 54 in the semifinals, first semifinal. So no doubt we will. The police men will be the first team to book their place into the final, awaiting the victory, the winning team out of the second semi-final against Mahaiko and Freetown at Freetown. And so this one is pushed nicely into the cover and run immediately. This one is being thrown by Nichols when the batsman already in the crease, but he just won the spotlight. So he tries to do something that he could be highlighted. It's Dave first semi-final. Dave Joseph limited over 35 limited over competition is being sponsored by ACB, Caribbean Bank, and in the partnership with Parish League for some 44 years. Ball that was ball, and like Nathan was about to leave it, but then realized that it was coming towards the stump. Then he gets down his bat, and they ran a single. CV Farmer in pursuit of 200 for victory and 94 for 6. Ball outside the off stump, and Burton is just dabbing at it instead of just leave it alone. It's already wide. Just trying to get some bat in it. Hopefully it's come off the face, and but there's more advice to leave it alone. Again, a ball outside the off stump. He plays this time defensively and beaten. And Maryland now is calling in a deepish extra cover into a ball that is shortish, and Burton got his single, and score moves on now to 95. 95 for 6. CV Farm Chris has played his role, gotten 54 out of that. But the other batters outside of Mussington, who shows a glimpse of doing something positive. No other one puts up the hand in this crucial game. Steve Farmer has to, be a bit proud of himself. They didn't put their best foot forward. They had the stronger hold on the policemen earlier with 41 for 4. But there was a poor feeling and maybe some strategic field placement, but mostly the poor feeling and then give the momentum roll in the way of the policemen and give that 63 partnership between Shanisha Hector and Captain Maryland was the foundation for the runs that was scored. This one is worked into a short mid-wicket and really make a mess by Senior, and they run 2. Cornelius really having a field day. He wants to know from the Stevie Farm camp if his test match they're playing. You know, but the day will come when somebody will jump on him and he would even smile. Or he will say to you that he didn't get it right, you know. And the ball will be pitching the very same plays that they're pitching, but that's cricket. Cuts and fielded by LaShawn. He just picks up the ball and come in to continue his spell from the pavilion end. And so the score after the 18th over, 97 CV Farm chasing 200 for victory. 97 for 6. Ball was tossed up into the air and the batsman is playing across the line and his timber was disturbed. And so the fat lady is singing. The fat lady is singing. I wonder what hymn is that. So CV Farm has lost their 7th wicket. 97 for 7. There's no resistance whatsoever from the CV Farm men. And the policemen are jubilant. Are on the verge of winning their 6th game out of 6. From the look of things, I could see police host this final because of the fields that I've seen throughout the competition. But I'm not the organizer. You still have to be told where it will be played. Jarvis has replaced as a new man at the crease. Swings and a miss. Baller was tossed up. The left foot was outside the leg stump, and the head was all over the place, and the ball wasn't in contact. So when he swings again, and ball is missed the keeper, and the went into the hands of the first slip. Well, the only slip, and there's no run. An appeal by Lashawn Bonganad, and umpire didn't move, and so he's in again to bowl to Jarvis. And this one is right in front, and he didn't hesitate, and I don't know what Jarvis was doing. Well, I don't expect much if the top order. If the top order didn't have any resistance, I don't know how the lower order would. And so the 8th wicket has gone down for CV Farm for 97, and this is the 20th over. 19th in progress. Not a very good response to 200 for victory. And but I was saying, the CV Farm, which haven't played cricket for over some 35 years, and in the semi-finals, and have some more competitions to play. They can only get better from there, and but they need to work on their feeling and their batting. But if whatever they have done and it took them this far, if you can build in it, you can take it further. So let's go back to the drawing board and and come again. You see, Nicholas is always want to be in the spotlight, yeah. But he's playing with the team, and the team is winning, so he's playing his part, and that's what good. But he's hoping that his 29 could have come again. But it's far-fetched. So, limited over, 35 over competition, Dave Joseph, sponsored by ACB, Bank of Caribbean, or Caribbean Bank. Sponsoring Parish League for some 44 years and going stronger. And just watch. And so the police who basically have already ball him. I thought it was hard. The top of the pad for the keeper looks like the bail when I heard the nick the ball went through, so my mistake. But the ball was tossed up by Lashon, and Philip swings and the ball went through, so and I heard a nick, but probably it hits the toe. The bat hit the ground, and the top of the pad looks like the bail were flying, so I thought it was he was bowled. But and then even from the reaction of the bowler, we're a bit distant from the middle, but we're watching a full ball is being bowled by James Cornelius, and it was hit over mid-on head by Kerry Burton for 4. So the score moves on to 100 now. 101 for 8 in pursuit of 200. So to make it sound much better, you need 99 to win. So we're watching one of those big airplanes just sail past the police pavilion to be landed at the VC Bird International Airport. This one will be stopped back down the ground to Cornelius, and there's no run. Overcast condition. This one is whipped off the pad to mid wicket, and Nicholson is off here. They're running 2 easy run, and so they need now 97 for victory. They're in pursuit of 200 for victory, but to let it sound like they can get there, it's only 97 to get. Yeah. This one is being played easily by Burton. There's no run. Nice overcast condition. This one is hit in the air over shortish cover, and the Mali coming off of the cover fence, and they got a single. So 104 for 8. CV Farm in pursuit of 200 for victory. Look like the lawmen, the policemen have already booked their place in the finals that will be played next week. Thompson, the groundsman, could be proud of the achievement of the players from the hard work that he has put in to bring the ground to where it is, and to know now they're getting wins after win. He should be proud as the man who is in charge of the facility. This one is driven to a wideish long off region, and they run 2. So 106 now. CV Farm playing against the policemen. Earlier we see a brilliant 100 scored by Captain Maryland, 118 not out. And that's been acknowledged by the scorer with a nod of her head and a smile. And equally important, there was a 22 run scored by Shanisha Hector after they were 41 for 4. They put on some 63 runs partnership that really set the foundation for the final score. This one is hit in the air and it goes over the fence, just over for 6. So 112 now. 112 for 8. Sevier Farm in reply of 200 for victory. So Philip, who is not off the mark as yet, I'll be facing Jennison Richards, who's replaced James Cornelius. A full ball that was swung. I just got come up the toe of the bat and just trickled behind Philip, and they ran a single. So Jennison Richards, a Leeward female cricketer who's in the attack, bowling off spin. I've seen she played an innings in Jamaica, 42, was very well played. And but as I was saying earlier with John, there's not enough. Swan is swung down to the back of the square region and taken nicely on the fence by Valentine. And so Philip goes. So there's 113, 14 for 9. And we're watching the man of the moment, Ivor Joseph, is going out into the middle. He normally come and tell me he's going to knock 2-6 and come back. And he never hit one since. Ivor Joseph, final man for CV Farm, going on out in the middle. But it's just for a formality because in chasing 200, there. 114 for 9. CV Farm in reply of 200 for victory. It's just a matter of time before the game So the second semi-final will be played tomorrow at Freetown. This one is hit in the air by Joseph. It doesn't have enough leg to get out to long on, so they get a single. Jones is picking it up on the one bounce and underarm it to Jennison. And so the second semi-final will be played against Mahiko against Freetown at Freetown. And so stay tuned. We'll be bringing it to you live on Facebook and YouTube channel and the Instagram. The second semi-final. Very well bowled by Jennison, and ball is played into the cover by Burton, and there is no run. So Jennison has picked up a wicket in her first over. Nice catch was taken out on the mid-wicket fence by Valentine. A ball that was stayed down to third man by Joseph. Will he come back for the third? No. And so they got two. CV Farm has two slip, a short mid wicket, a short extra cover. A ball is pitched right on the toe of Joseph, and the dreaded finger is in the air, and so there goes the 10th wicket for the Sylvia Farm, and the Sylvia Farm just fall for 117 all out. And now we're seeing the handshake by the players. Just congratulating the policemen for victory. And so the Silver Farm men didn't really come to the party, and it was a one-sided game after they allowed the policemen back in the game after they have them 41 for 4, and it went downhill from there on in. After Chris Phillip, the only major contributor, 54. So there's an easy victory for the policemen. And so as we go through the batting lineup for the CV Farm men, we're hearing a jubilant voice of the captain, Maryland. And that's what victory does. So Jelani Mussington, he got caught, Valentine, then a ball Valentine for 16. Craig Greenaway, he was bowled by Hector for 3. Chis Phillip, he was bowled Cornelius for 54. Visual Gubin, he got 6. He got run out for 6. Emerald Lee, he didn't trouble the scorer. Kerry Burton, he came in at 7, number 7. He got 4. 20. So,
No, that's Wendell Winter.
Wendell Winter, he got 4.
Right.
right? And Curry Burton got 20 not out. Willock stumped 2, and Alfred Jarvis, like before, not scoring. Egbert Phillip, he caught of Jennison for 1, and Ivor Jackson, he got 3. And 3, leg before, to by LaShawn. So the score, the bowling Valentine 6 overs, 32 runs, 1 wicket. Hector 3 overs, 26 runs, 1 wicket. James Cornelius 7 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, 2 wicket. LaShawn Barnard 2.5 overs, 5.2 overs, 1 maiden, 31 runs, 3 wickets. And Jennison Richards 1 over, 3 runs, 1 wicket. So there goes you. The first semi-final has been played between the Sea Farm and police team, and the police team came out victory. So out of the 117, Chis Phillip got 54, and out of the 199 runs scored by the policemen, Maryland, he got 118 not out. After the score, they had the Civil Farm man had them 44 for 1, and he was joined by Shaniksha Hector, and she played a very good innings, was really pushing around the ball for the singles, while Maryland was going helter-skelter. She only got 22 runs, but there were 22 valuable runs, just as the 118 that was scored by the captain. And so they put on a 63 partnership, and then that builds a foundation for the runs that was scored by the policemen. And so they mustered 199 for 8. Brilliant knock by the captain, Maryland. And so they're in the final, and so they await the winner of the game between Mahaiko and Freetown. That will be played at Freetown tomorrow, and it will be brought to you live on Facebook, the YouTube channel, and the Instagram. And so, again, from the police recreation ground, we say farewell, goodbye to you, and tune in tomorrow as we bring the game at Freetown live to you. 1 o'clock tomorrow, and the sharp, so tune in, and we will seek to bring it to you as long as the weather holds. So tune in, and we will be there in your company. Thank you.